Chapter 2238 Life Law Breakthrough. A ray of light flew towards Lu Ming but was sent flying by his palm. However, the light did not dissipate. After being sent flying, it floated in the distance, and the light became even more dazzling. This is the power of laws and the laws of chaos. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh! The ray of light that contained the laws of chaos moved again. Like a flying sword, it crossed the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the power of law, and was about to counterattack when he was shocked. This was because other than this beam of light, there were other beams of light that were rushing toward Lu Ming. Each ray of light was like a sword light, extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The sword of death condensed in his hand and circulated the holy power to the extreme, slashing 9 times in an instant. Clang! 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 The sword of death collided with the 9 types of light like battle swords. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 9 beams of light were sent flying by Lu Ming. 9 types of nomological laws, corresponding to my nomological laws. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He could tell that the 9 lights represented 9 types of laws, which were exactly the same as the 9 types of laws that Lu Ming controlled. 9 beams of light floated in the distance, and the light grew brighter and brighter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the 9 beams of light moved again. Their speed was even more shocking than before. They attacked Lu Ming from 9 different directions. Lu Ming was highly focused. He used all 9 types of laws and surrounded himself. At the same time, the sword of death contained 7 types of laws. Buzz! First of all, there was a sword gleam that was aimed at Lu Ming from behind. It was a sword gleam formed by the penetrating law. Its speed was so fast that it was beyond human reaction. Lu Ming bellowed and slashed backward, blocking the sword light. However, in other directions, the sword light formed by the laws had arrived. It was like a stream of light and its speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and dodged with all his might. At the same time, he continued to slash out in the midst of death, sending out dense sword light that densely covered the surroundings. Even so, the sword gleam formed by the law still missed and broke through Lu Ming's defense, leaving a sword wound on his body. Blood flowed out, and half of Lu Ming's body was numb. Lu Ming quickly circulated the life law and finally sealed the wound. It also recovered quickly. However, the attacks of the nomological sword lights were far from over. That was only the beginning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light crisscrossed. 9 types of dazzling law lights continuously charged at Lu Ming. Their speed became faster and faster. They could even develop sword moves on their own, and their power was even more shocking. Lu Ming tried his best to block and dodge, but he could not completely block it. There were many wounds on his body. This won't do. My attack is too scattered. One can't block it completely like this. One have to spread out the laws. Lu Ming's mind whirred. Then he had an idea. The 9 types of laws that he controlled scattered and flew out separately. They turned into 9 rays of light and flew toward the sword gleam formed by the 9 laws. However, Lu Ming was controlling 9 types of laws at the same time and his speed was obviously much slower than his opponent. Not only did he fail to block the attack, but he also caused himself to be attacked by even more nomological sword gleams. Lu Ming could only use the 6-feathered divine wings to dodge, but he was still cut by a few sword radiances and bled. This method is correct. I'm too unfamiliar with controlling the laws, and am not familiar with it. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to block it. Lu Ming dodged quickly, while he continued to control the law to resist. In the beginning, Lu Ming could not block it at all. It was because he was too unfamiliar with the use of the law, and it was difficult for him to keep up with the other party's speed. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more skilled in the use of the law. He could finally catch up with the other party's speed. 7 days later, Lu Ming had blocked most of the sword radiance. After a month, Lu Ming would be able to block all the sword gleams. Lu Ming felt that his usage of the laws had greatly improved. His understanding of each law had also deepened. To Lu Ming, there was no doubt about the benefits. Now that he had cast the self-created Hammer of Chaos and Sword of Death, the power had increased greatly. Lu Ming estimated that he had finally reached the small success stage. Moreover, it would be of great help to Lu Ming if he wanted to create new divine abilities in the future. This was because Lu Ming was more familiar with the use of various laws and had a deeper understanding of each law. Naturally, he could combine new divine powers according to different laws. However, at this moment the laws that were attacking Lu Ming suddenly changed. It was no longer a single sword light. Some laws turned into true dragons, some into phoenixes, some into qilins, some into golden-winged great pungs. The 9 types of laws transformed into 9 different divine beasts. Moreover, they were all top-notch divine beasts that evolved into different attacks. In this case, it was more difficult for Lu Ming to deal with it. As this was a more advanced application of the law, Lu Ming could not keep up and could only take the beating passively. Immediately, he began to get injured again. Lu Ming began to try. He transformed the 9 types of laws into different divine beasts to fight against the other party. However, this process was extremely difficult, even more so than the previous ones. Lu Ming did not give up. He knew that this was the only feasible method. This time it took even longer. Lu Ming finally succeeded after fighting against the 9 types of laws for 2 months. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming transformed the 9 types of laws into different divine beasts, fighting against the other party's 9 types of laws and killing each other. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. I finally made a breakthrough in my life laws. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. During this period of time, after constant resistance, his life law had finally broken through and reached the perfected first level. The 9 types of laws that he controlled had already reached the limits of the first realm. Moreover, he was able to use them with ease. Lu Ming felt that he could break through to the martial emperor realm at any time. This time, even if I don't get the indestructible ancient scroll, I've already gained enough. Lu Ming's smile grew wider. His greatest gain this time was not the breakthrough in the life laws, but his stronger use of the 9 laws and deeper understanding of the laws. These were all hidden wealth. They could not be seen now, but they would be of great use in Lu Ming's future cultivation process. In the future, Lu Ming's cultivation would have fewer detours, and it would be of great help to him in creating his own divine power. This was an invisible wealth. Buzz! At this moment, the void around them began to shake. The godly beasts formed by the 9 laws collapsed and disappeared one after another. The void also shattered like a mirror. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. The next moment he realized that he was back on the ancient road. His palm was still on the platform. At this moment, the ancient road under Lu Ming's feet began to change. Originally, this ancient road had already reached its end, but now it suddenly extended all the way to the front. I've succeeded. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Chapter 2240 Obtaining the Indestructible Ancient Scroll. Originally, this path had already come to an end, but now the ancient path continued on. This meant that he had succeeded. Brother Lu Ming, you've succeeded, Chirpy. Bubbles cried out in excitement. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that there was no platform in front of Bubbles and the stunning woman. The platform had disappeared. At this moment, a shocking aura came from other directions. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and found that it was the young geniuses from the other 8 roads. These people were looking at Lu Ming's side with fiery eyes. The platforms in front of them had disappeared. Only a platform remained in front of Lu Ming. Bubble, what happened? Did you all fail? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The others all failed half a month ago. Once they failed, the platform disappeared. You're the only one who has persisted until now, Bubbles explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was the only one who had succeeded. Bubble, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Bubbles and the beautiful lady followed suit. However, when Bubbles and the stunning lady stepped onto the new ancient path, they were blocked by an invisible force and could not take a single step. However, it had no effect on him. Brother Lu Ming, the bubbles can't go up. Chirp chirp. Pow pow pouted, extremely unhappy. I'll help you. Lu Ming walked back and wanted to pull Bubbles up with him. However, he realized that he could not even go up. Brother Lu Ming, you can go up alone, Pow Pow said. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to give up and head towards the ancient road alone. The gazes of the youths on the other 8 paths all fell on Lu Ming. Some sighed, some were envious, and some were jealous. Lu Ming moved forward and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. My physical body and saint power have improved again. As he walked, Lu Ming could feel the changes in his body. Previously, when the life law reached the completion of the first level, it tempered the body in Saint Power. This was an ultimate law, and its effect on the tempering of the body and Saint Power was very amazing. His body became stronger, and his Saint Power became more condensed. In terms of quality, Lu Ming's current holy energy was not inferior to the world energy at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased. There was nothing unusual for the rest of the journey. It was very calm. Lu Ming quickened his pace and soon, he reached the end of the road. In front of them was a huge and magnificent palace. In front of the palace was a white jade square. In the sky above the white jade square, there was a ball of light that was extremely bright. What is this? Lu Ming's gaze was attracted by the ball of light. He squinted and realized that the core of the light was a small piece of glass-like shard that was crystal clear and bright. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the white jade square, the ball of light charged at him at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming was shocked. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ball of light flew directly into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows and disappeared. Boom! At this moment, there was an additional fragment in Lu Ming's mind. This is the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because as long as his soul power got close to this fragment, he would be able to sense some information. Bang! At this moment, the fragment actually exploded and turned into waves of energy. It combined with Lu Ming's soul and became one. Then, a piece of information surged into Lu Ming's mind. It really is the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming felt as if the indestructible ancient scroll had become one with him. As long as he willed it, the indestructible ancient scroll would appear in his mind, and he would be able to comprehend it. This was very different from what Lu Ming had expected. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that the indestructible ancient scripture was a scripture or stored in a jade talisman. He did not expect that it would enter his mind in such a form. Can I inscribe the indestructible ancient scroll? At the thought of this, a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He wanted to engrave the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scroll into the jade talisman. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he was at a loss. He didn't know where to start. He had no idea where to start. He only needed to think about it, and the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scroll would appear in his mind. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he couldn't grasp the divine rhythm. It felt high and mighty, and he didn't know where to start. Lu Ming was stunned. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the figure that looked exactly like the middle-aged puppet. Don't even think about inscribing it, your cultivation is too low, you can't do it at all. The middle-aged man spoke. Senior, what's going on? Why is it an imprint? Lu Ming asked. Sai, it's already not bad to be able to retain one imprint. Back then, Master was besieged by the foreign races. He died, and his Tao dissipated. His soul scattered. In the end, Master was unwilling to let the indestructible ancient scroll be buried just like that. He used his last resort to get a heavenly Tao imprint to bring the indestructible ancient scroll back. At the same time, he gave me some instructions. After that, he lost his last consciousness, and only the indestructible ancient scroll remained. The middle-aged man said. I see. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. At the same time, he felt a sense of sadness. Even an invincible figure like the undying venerable sovereign had fallen, leaving behind only a mark of the great path. He had no choice but to do this. If such a thing had not happened, the undying venerable sovereign could have left behind a scripture or a jade talisman, which would have been a better inheritance. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood why he could not inscribe the ancient indestructible scroll. The indestructible ancient scroll was contained in the heavenly Tao imprint of the indestructible venerable emperor. The heavenly emperor powerhouses had merged with the heavenly Tao. To Lu Ming, this was too far away. It was beyond mysterious. Therefore, Lu Ming could not grasp it and could not inscribe it. Only when Lu Ming's cultivation level was strong enough in the future would he be able to inscribe the indestructible ancient scroll. Alright, you have obtained the indestructible ancient scroll, and one have completed my mission. Now I will send you out. With that, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming immediately felt a powerful force enveloping him. The next moment there was a fluctuation in the void. Lu Ming disappeared and reappeared outside Mount Eternal, outside the door of light. At the same time, the young men in Mount Eternal also disappeared and reappeared outside. It's out. This time it's been 3 months. I wonder if anyone has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Many people's eyes lit up as they looked at the thousands of young Heaven's favorites who entered. Alright, my mission has been completed. From now on, following the Venerable Sovereign's last will, Mount Eternal shall sink into the endless void forever. On Mount Eternal, the middle-aged puppet spoke, then turned around to leave. Taoist brother, please wait. At this moment, someone called out to the middle-aged puppet. Chapter 2241. Forced by the Celestial Emperor, an expert stepped forward and called out to the middle-aged puppet. Someone recognized that this was a Heavenly Emperor realm expert. What's the matter? The middle-aged puppet stopped and asked. May first ask if the indestructible ancient scroll has appeared? The Heavenly Emperor asked. The indestructible ancient scroll has already found its successor. The middle-aged puppet left these words and then took a step forward, disappearing from Mount Eternal. Boom! Then the huge Mount Eternal started to shake and exude a terrifying pressure. The void shattered, revealing the endless dark void. Boom! 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 The majestic Mount Eternal rumbled and began to move. It flew into the endless dark void and disappeared. Then the cracked space healed and returned to its original state. Mount Eternal had disappeared. He would sink into the dark void forever. But at this moment, no one had the time to lament the disappearance of Mount Eternal. Their attention was focused on the middle-aged puppet's words. The indestructible ancient scroll had already found its successor. This meant that the indestructible ancient scroll had already been obtained by someone else. And it was among these thousands of Heaven's favorites. Everyone's eyes were on the thousands of young Heaven's favorites. This included the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. The thousands of young Heaven's favorites were all sizing each other up. In the end, more than 10 young men's gazes fell on Lu Ming. These Heaven's favorites had all passed the first test in Mount Eternal. However, they had all failed the second test. They all saw that Lu Ming had passed the second round of assessment and continued to move forward. If anyone had obtained the indestructible ancient scroll, it would definitely be Lu Ming. Some people's eyes were filled with jealousy. Who among you has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll? Step forward. A Heavenly Emperor expert spoke. A wisp of aura emanated from his body, as if it was the Heavenly Tao. It represented this world, and it made one's heart tremble. Lu Ming frowned but did not say anything. Who is it? Come out. Another celestial, the Arch, stepped out. His eyes were like 2 stars, shining with a brilliant light as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and the others. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I know who has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Suddenly a young man spoke. Lu Ming had forgotten his past. It was a young man with short hair. Oh, who is it? One of the Heavenly Emperors asked. It's him, Lu Ming. The short-haired youth pointed at Lu Ming. What? It's actually him. The scene was in an uproar. Many people did not believe it. Wasn't Lu Ming not a Saint Emperor yet? How did he manage to obtain the indestructible ancient scroll? What was going on? It's indeed him. Among all of us, he was the only one who made it to the end. If there's anyone who has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll, it has to be him. Another young man said. Following that, a few other young men pointed out that Lu Ming had obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. He actually got it, damn it. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others from the Hengxing River were all filled with jealousy. At the scene, almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you get the indestructible ancient scroll? Tell me the truth, it's best not to lie. One of the Heavenly Emperors looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold and aloof voice. It's the Lan family's Heavenly Emperor. Someone whispered nearby. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed that this Heavenly Emperor came from Lan Yun's clan. That's right, I'm the one who obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming frowned but eventually admitted it. After all, so many people had seen him pass the second stage, and he was the only one who had made it to the end. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the indestructible ancient scroll had definitely been obtained by him. There was no use in denying it, so it was better to admit it directly. Many people's eyes lit up. The land family's celestial Thearch, and the other celestial Thearch's eyes lit up with a burning flame. Now hand over the indestructible ancient scroll, the land family's celestial Thearch said. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at Lu Ming. Normally, it would be very difficult for a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse to have such a fluctuation in his heart. However, the indestructible ancient scroll's temptation was too strong. It was an ancient scroll that shook the heaven realm, and it was the most powerful life-saving ancient scroll. Even a heavenly emperor would be tempted by it. That's right. Hurry up and take it out. The other celestial emperor also spoke coldly. They had a haughty look on their faces and their tone was cold and overbearing. They demanded Lu Ming to hand over the ancient scripture in an aggressive manner. It was as if Lu Ming had no choice but to do as they said. What kind of attitude is this? Dandan was unhappy and shouted. This is the opportunity that Lu Ming obtained. It is his personal opportunity. He can pass it to whoever he wants? The land family's heavenly emperor glanced at Dandan coldly and said, "What a joke. The indestructible ancient scroll is a treasure of the heaven realm. How can he swallow it all by himself? Hand it over and everyone's combat power will be improved. This is beneficial to the entire heaven realm. So what if this is the case? After all, this was what Lu Ming had obtained through his own hard work. It belonged to him. Was this the attitude they had when they asked others to take out their own treasures? Why are you acting so overbearing? Can't you just ask for a favor?" Dandan shouted. "How dare you? What kind of person is the heavenly emperor? He was just asking him to take out an ancient scripture. Why did he need to invite him? Can he bear the responsibility?" Lan Yun shouted. There's nothing amazing about being a celestial emperor." Dandan pouted. "How dare you insult the celestial emperor? This is a capital crime." Lan Yun roared in anger. But Dandan pouted and ignored him. The land family's heavenly emperor and the other heavenly emperors cast a few cold glances at Dandan. With their eyesight, they could naturally see Dandan's true form. They did not say anything and continued to look at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, hand over the indestructible ancient scroll." The land family's celestial Thearch spoke with an air of superiority, as if it was only natural for him to ask Lu Ming to hand it over. Dandan gritted her teeth in anger. "Seniors, if one could hand it over, I would definitely do so. Unfortunately, I can't." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Although he was furious, he understood that he could only compromise when facing a heavenly emperor expert. There was no way to resist because the difference in power was too great. He could be crushed into pieces with just a breath from the other party. Even if he had a celestial emperor's corporeal body, it would be useless. "You can't hand it over? What do you mean by that?" The land family's heavenly emperor and the other heavenly emperor's eyes glinted coldly. That's because when the undying emperor was besieged by the alien races, his soul was destroyed, and he didn't leave behind any secret manual that recorded the undying ancient scroll. He only used a heavenly Tao imprint to carry the undying ancient scroll back to Mount Eternal. What I obtained was the Heaven Tao imprint of the undying heavenly emperor. However, the Heaven Tao imprint is too mysterious. With my current cultivation, I can't inscribe the undying ancient scroll. Therefore, I can't hand it over. Lu Ming explained. "Nonsense. He's just spouting nonsense." Yanxi called out. "That's right. He doesn't want to hand over the indestructible ancient scroll, and wants to keep it for himself. That's why he came up with such a ridiculous excuse. He's too selfish." Lan Yun followed suit. The land family's celestial Thearch and the rest looked at Lu Ming with deep doubts. They obviously did not believe him. The Heng Yu heavenly emperor Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Lan Yun and Yanxi, then said, "If you don't believe me, I can project the scene." Lu Ming then looked at Dandan and said, "Dandan, project the images in my memory, and let everyone see it clearly." "All right." Dandan came in front of Lu Ming and pointed her finger between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Dandan cast the soul-searching technique and projected the image in Lu Ming's soul. This was not difficult. As long as Lu Ming did not resist, anyone could do it. Soon after, Dandan waved her hand, and an image appeared in the sky. This scene was the scene of Lu Ming at the White Jade Square in Mount Eternal. In the sky, the dazzling mark of the heavenly Tao flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Then, there were images that Lu Ming could not inscribe in the middle-aged man's explanation. Everything was clear. Lu Ming was not lying. How could this be? Detestable. Someone bellowed, revealing a look of deep disappointment. The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the others were equally disappointed. As for Lan Yun, Yanxi and the others, their faces were ugly. He did not expect that the truth was as Lu Ming said. At this moment, Dandan finished her work and the image disappeared. Everyone, this is the truth. One can't hand over the indestructible ancient scroll now. Lu Ming said. Since you can't hand it over, I can only strip your soul and strip you of the indestructible ancient scroll. The celestial Thearch of the Lan family said coldly. Lu Ming's pupils constricted at her words. Meanwhile, Bubble and Dandan were even more furious. Senior, this is too much. The heavenly Tao mark has already fused into Lu Ming's soul. If we forcefully remove it, Lu Ming's soul will definitely not be able to withstand it and will be crippled. The master of the Gu family finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. The remaining small group of people also couldn't bear it. But most of them had cold eyes. So what if I'm crippled? The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. He has a crippled body and will never become a saint emperor. It's a waste for him to possess the indestructible ancient scroll. Although it's impossible for everyone to see it, it's still better to give it to a top heaven's favorite than to keep it on him. Lan Cheng, you're the heavenly emperor. Yet you're forcing a junior like this. Don't you feel ashamed? At this moment a disdainful voice sounded. Many people were shocked. Who was it that dared to speak to the Lan clan's celestial Thearch in such a manner? At this moment ripples appeared in the void. With a crack, the space split open and a figure stepped out. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was dressed in white and had an unparalleled charm. Lu Ming's eyes widened at the sight of this person. This was because he was too familiar with this person's appearance. The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. This person was the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. He looked exactly the same as the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming could not be mistaken. After all, the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor's physical body was still in Lu Ming's hands. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu had told him that he had once been seriously injured, and his soul had almost been destroyed. He had never expected to reform his body and reform it. Later, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu had left his stone body in the primordial realm and suppressed it in the Lotus world. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu himself had come to the Heaven realm and fought in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming did not expect to see the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor here. Heng Yu, it's you. The Lan family's celestial Thearch's face darkened. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Of course it's me. Why? You're not happy to see me? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu smiled faintly. Heng Yu, you want to stop me? The Lan clan's celestial Thearch said coldly. Of course. It's his own fortune that this little guy can obtain the indestructible ancient scroll. Even if he can inscribe it, he can give it to whoever he wants. It's his freedom. Besides, he can't inscribe it now. You, the dignified celestial emperor, actually want to strip the indestructible ancient scroll from his soul. This is ridiculous. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. His voice filled with anger. Heng Yu, I'm doing this for the sake of the Heaven realm. Right now the Heaven realm is being besieged by the alien races, and is in imminent danger. We don't know when the alien races will break through our defenses. We can't miss anything that can improve the strength of the Heaven realm. As for Lu Ming, he's a cripple. It's a pure waste to keep the indestructible ancient scroll. It's best for the Heaven realm to extract it and hand it over to another Heaven's favorite. Heng Yu, I know that you're from the primordial realm just like Lu Ming, but you can't be selfish at this time. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor said. Ha ha ha, selfish? Lan Cheng, we all know who is the one with selfish motives. Let me ask you, if you extract it, who do you plan to give the indestructible ancient scroll to? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. You don't need to worry about this. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor said. I Heng Yu am here. Let's see who can touch Lu Ming today. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said in an extremely domineering manner. Heng Yu, do you think you can stop us all by yourself? The land family celestial Thearch said coldly as a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. At the same time, a few other heavenly emperors did the same. They stared at the Heng Yu heavenly emperor with unfriendly eyes. One of them was the master of the eternal star river, the gray-robed elder. In addition, the Yen clan's heavenly emperor was also among them. Do you really think we're easy to bully? At this moment, a rough voice rang out. The void then split open and two more figures walked out. A burly middle-aged man and an old man stood beside the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, both of them exuding a terrifying aura. All of them were celestial emperors. What's wrong? Your primordial realm's celestial emperor wants to rebel and betray the heaven realm first, right? The land clan celestial Thearch bellowed in fear. The two heavenly emperors that came after Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu were both from the primordial realm, and their strength was astonishing. They were terrifyingly powerful. The land clan's heavenly emperor was especially wary of the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor. What a joke! The few of you can't represent the heaven realm. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed coldly. Then let's fight and see if you can protect Lu Ming. I really don't understand. What's the point of protecting a cripple? You don't know the big picture. The master of the Eternal Star River, the gray-robed old man, said coldly. He stepped forward in an extremely powerful manner. Ha ha ha! At this moment Lu Ming burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with mockery. Kid, what are you laughing at? The land family celestial Thearch cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Now the celestial Thearchs were having a conversation and Lu Ming actually dared to laugh so wantonly. This was disrespectful to them. I'm laughing at you guys. Lu Ming pointed at the land family celestial Thearch, the gray-robed elder, the Yen family celestial Thearch, and the rest. What? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to laugh at the celestial Thearchs. He was audacious and was courting death. The land family's heavenly emperor and the others looked on with cold eyes as a terrifying aura burst forth. However, it was blocked by the heavenly emperor Heng Yu and the others. Brat, you better explain clearly. The land clan celestial Thearch said coldly. You keep saying that it's a waste to keep the indestructible ancient scroll with me. In my opinion, that's funny. It's a waste to give it to someone else. Only by keeping it with me can it be put to its greatest use. Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. Chapter 2242 Using Strength to Prove. Only by keeping the indestructible ancient scroll with me can it be used to its full potential. It would be a waste to give it to someone else. Lu Ming's voice was filled with confidence. Ridiculous, ridiculous. You're a cripple and will never become a saint emperor. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Lan Yun couldn't hold back and immediately retorted. His words filled with ridicule. That's right. It's better to give the indestructible ancient scroll to any one of us than to keep it with you. You're a cripple, do you understand? Yanxi followed suit. Crippled body? You're all losers. You're not even as good as a crippled body. I don't understand how you still have the face to shout in front of me. If one were you, I'd kill myself. What's the point of staying in this world? To embarrass yourself? Lu Ming berated. Right, good scolding, good scolding. These guys were stripped naked by me back then, but they still have the face to come out and see people. I'm really convinced. One didn't even help them up. I'm convinced by them. Dandan cried out. You guys. Lan Yun and Yen Zai's faces were flushed red. They were so ashamed and indignant that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. You have a sharp tongue, but the facts have proven that you are a cripple. The land clan celestial Thearch said coldly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll challenge all of them here today. Whoever can defeat me will be able to obtain the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming spoke at this moment, his gaze sweeping across the young heaven's favorites. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the talents. How bold. Was he crazy? A few months ago, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yin Shi, who had joined forces and displayed an extremely powerful combat ability. However, Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yin Shi were only 4-star Void Emperors. However, the young Heaven's Pride experts present were at least half of the Heaven Realm's Heaven's Pride experts. Among them, there was no lack of 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not a match for these people because the difference in strength was too great. He's really arrogant. One of the young geniuses spoke coldly. He wanted to attack immediately and teach Lu Ming a lesson. Alright, you said it. If you lose, you'll have to obediently let us strip you of the indestructible ancient scroll. Heng Yu, don't interfere when the time comes. The Lan clan celestial Thearch said coldly. The indestructible ancient scroll was contained in the heaven path mark of the undying venerable emperor, and had already fused with Lu Ming's soul. If you were to forcefully strip it off, Lu Ming's soul would definitely be severely injured or even disintegrate and he would die on the spot. However, the Lan family's celestial Thearch would not consider this. What did Lu Ming's life and death have to do with him? The Heng Yu heavenly emperor glanced at Lu Ming, then nodded. Then let's do it this way. Let the young people solve their own problems. Retreat. Then the Lan family's celestial Thearch spoke. A wave of energy spread out and everyone retreated, giving Lu Ming enough space. Who wants to fight first? Lan Yun Yanxi, weren't you two making a big fuss? Come on. Lu Ming looked at Lan Yun and Yanxi. Their expressions turned even uglier. However, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. They would only be looking for a beating if they went up. Why would they go up? Arrogant. I'll defeat you. A cold voice was heard. A young man with short hair took a step forward and came before Lu Ming. This person was the young man who had pointed out that Lu Ming had obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. His heart was filled with jealousy, but at the same time he was also extremely greedy. He wanted to take the indestructible ancient scroll for himself. Now that he had the chance, he was naturally the first to rush out. You're just in time, Lu Ming said coldly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He did not know this person, but this person put Lu Ming in danger because of his greed. How could Lu Ming not take revenge for this? It was a good time to torture this person. Bang! Lu Ming took action immediately. He stepped into the void and charged toward the short-haired youth like a cannonball at an extremely fast speed. Humph! The short-haired young man snorted coldly and retreated quickly. At the same time, he quickly formed a seal with his hands. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a figure in iron armor. He was more than 2 meters tall and held a huge iron sword in his hand. He swung the sword at Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled through the air with astonishing power. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and used 5 types of laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with the armored figure. The armored figure was sent flying by Lu Ming, and his attack was blocked. This is undead. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The armored figure was not a living creature at all, because there was no life force in it. It was a dead spirit full of death chi. At this moment, the short-haired young man continued to form hand seals. 2 more 2-meter-tall figures in iron armor appeared in the air. They were both wearing iron armor and holding a thick sword. This is a puppet? No, he was summoned. This person controls the law of summoning and the law of death. This is a spell. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In an instant he figured out the key point. The short-haired young man had mastered several laws, one of which was the death law, one of the strongest laws. When combined with the summoning law, he could summon dead spirits to fight. At this moment, the 3 undead spirits charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Their iron swords were held in the air and their power was shocking. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming pointed 3 fingers in a row. 3 finger forces blasted toward the 3 armored figures, but they were all blocked. The 3 armored figures were sent flying, but Lu Ming's finger force was also blocked. 5-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming could tell that the buzzcut young man's cultivation was at the 5-star illusionary emperor stage, and he had mastered 3 types of laws. This was because the dead spirits he summoned not only contained the death law but also other laws. The stronger the summoner's cultivation, the more powerful the undead spirit would be. Furthermore, the more nomological laws it contained, the stronger it would be. Therefore, the combat strength of these 3 undead spirits was very shocking. However, it was not over yet. The short-haired young man did not stop summoning. There were shadows flashing in the space. In the end, there were 9 armored figures that charged toward Lu Ming. Humph, Lu Ming is going to lose. Lan Yun sneered. The short-haired young man could continuously summon dead spirits in an endless stream. He could exhaust Lu Ming to death. As long as Lu Ming was defeated, he would be stripped of the indestructible ancient scroll. At that time his soul would be injured and he would be reduced to an idiot or even die. Thinking of this, he felt very comfortable. He wants to challenge all the heaven's favorites with such strength? He is overestimating himself. Yin Shi also said coldly. At this moment, the 9 armored figures had already reached Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming struck out 9 palms in a row, resisting the 9 iron armored figures. His body was forced to retreat. Lose! The short-haired young man revealed an excited expression. Just this bit of strength? Then we can end this. Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. A giant hammer appeared in his hand. The Chaos Hammer. This hammer of chaos contains 6 types of laws. Chapter 2244 First Victory. Lu Ming cast the Hammer of Chaos, which contains 6 types of laws. Chaos, Array Dao, Artifact Dao, Devour, Extremity, Penetration. 6 types of nomological laws fused with each other. 6 different powers complemented each other, and burst out with astonishing power. Boom! Lu Ming picked up the Hammer of Chaos and continued to pour holy power into it, making the Hammer of Chaos bigger and bigger, smashing it forward. Bang! An iron-armored undead spirit was hit by the chaotic hammer. Its body exploded into pieces of armor and bones. Then Lu Ming swung the hammer again. The second armored undead spirit followed in the footsteps of the previous one and exploded. The short-haired young man's expression changed. His hands formed seals even faster, causing ripples in the void. It was as if a mysterious world had been created. Then a furious roar was heard as a huge object appeared in the sky. This was a true dragon. No, to be precise, it was a huge dragon bone. However, it was covered in iron armor and emitted a strong aura of death. It was an undead dragon bone. Kill! The short-haired young man roared. This undead dragon bone was his most powerful ultimate move. The remaining 9 iron-armored undead spirits waved their combat swords and charged at Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon bone of the undead roared. It stepped in the air and twisted its body, charging toward Lu Ming. Shatter! Lu Ming's body glowed and the surging holy power continuously gushed into the Hammer of Chaos. The Hammer of Chaos grew larger and larger until it was as large as a mountain. This time 3 iron-armored undead spirits were smashed by Lu Ming's hammer and exploded. Bang! Lu Ming stepped in the void and swung the Hammer of Chaos continuously. It was a complete suppression. Every time he smashed, an iron-armored dead spirit would be smashed to pieces by Lu Ming. In a few breaths, 9 iron-armored dead spirits were all smashed to pieces. At this moment a huge dragon claw was coming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming wielded the Hammer of Chaos and swung it at the dragon claw. With a violent boom, the giant undead dragon bone trembled and was forced back. Lu Ming caught up with him. He held the hammer with both hands and launched a storm of attacks. The short-haired young man's combat strength was very strong. He was a 5-star Void Emperor and controlled 3 types of laws. 1 was the strongest and 2 were King Path laws. The strongest law was the Death Law, and the King Path law was the Summoning Law. Both of these laws had been cultivated to the 2nd realm. In addition, there was another law of corrosion that could be cultivated to the perfection of the 1st realm. The 3 types of laws combined to form a wondrous magical power that could summon terrifying undead spirits. Their combat strength was very strong. However, Lu Ming now had 9 types of laws that had reached the completion of the 1st level. After being tempered by 9 types of laws, his body and saint energy had reached an astonishing level. In addition, Lu Ming's usage of the laws had greatly deepened. The power of the self-created Hammer of Chaos was even more shocking than before. With the eruption of 6 types of laws, Lu Ming's abilities were completely above that of the short-haired youth. Boom! 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 The Chaos Hammer kept clashing with the undead bone dragon. The undead bone dragon couldn't fight back and kept retreating. Its huge body kept shaking, and even one of its claws was blown off. Hold on! The short-haired young man roared. He poured all the world energy in his body into the dead spirit dragon bone, increasing its power. However, it was still unnecessary. Boom! Lu Ming held the Hammer of Chaos with both hands. The Hammer of Chaos was like a small mountain, and it smashed heavily on the dead spirit dragon bone. The undead dragon bone glowed. The air of death mixed with the power of the law of corrosion pounced at Lu Ming with a furious roar. Several dragon claws struck out and collided with the hammer of chaos. Bang! Gotcha! The dragon claw of the undead dragon bone exploded, turning into broken bones and flying everywhere. Then the hammer of chaos struck the skull of the undead dragon bone. The skull of the undead spirit dragon bone was covered with a layer of thick iron armor. However, under this downward attack, the iron armor burst open, and the skull of the undead spirit dragon bone was covered with cracks like a spider web. Bang! Lu Ming leaped and stepped on the skull of the undead dragon bone. He stomped with all his might and the skull of the undead dragon bone burst. Then the entire dragon bone exploded. Inch-Hair Green's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Buzz! Lu Ming made use of the force from his stomp and instantly pounced in front of the short-haired youth. The short-haired teenager was shocked and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming did not give him the chance to do so. He smashed his hammer down. Plop! The short-haired young man was hit by the hammer directly. His body fell down like a meteorite and smashed into the ground. The earth rumbled and dust filled the air. A huge pit was created on the ground. The short-haired young man lay in the pit like a dead dog. He was bloodthirsty and twitching non-stop. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, this person would have been crushed to death by Lu Ming. This kind of trash is still thinking about the indestructible ancient scroll? Isn't it a waste to give it to such a person? Lu Ming said disdainfully. He looked at the Lan family's heavenly emperor Lan Chang, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Lan Chang's face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was filled with anger. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ant. An ant actually dared to provoke him and mock him. He was simply audacious. However, there were so many people here, and with his identity as the Heavenly Emperor, it was naturally not appropriate for him to make a move. He could only suppress his anger and snorted coldly. This guy is so strong? Lan Yun Yanxi, Heng Xinghe, and Yuan Xian all had gloomy eyes. Tian Ming, who was wearing a white robe, stood in the void with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The others were also extremely shocked. It was the first time that many of them had seen Lu Ming in action. They could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. He was only an emperor to be, but not only could he cross realms to fight with the martial emperor realm, he could also cross so many small realms. The short-haired young man was a 5-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 5-star illusionary emperor. He was a top-notch heaven's favorite. There was such a huge difference between them, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. This was simply unheard of, unprecedented, and had never happened in history. Regardless of whether Lu Ming could become a martial emperor or not, this level of combat strength had created history. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings, his fighting spirit soaring. "I'll do it." A voice immediately sounded. A black-robed young man with long hair flew out. His speed was very fast, as if he was traveling through the void. He took a step and suddenly appeared not far away from Lu Ming. "It's Ming Sheng. He's about to make his move." It's said that Ming Sheng has already reached the level of a 6-star illusionary emperor. His comprehension of the laws is even more profound. He will definitely be able to defeat Lu Ming with this. That's right. Ming Sheng's core nomological laws are the nomological laws of time and space. When combined with other nomological laws, the magical power it develops is unpredictable, and its strength is unfathomable. As soon as the black-clad young man appeared, the crowd burst into a discussion. It was obvious that the black-clad young man was very famous. Fighting a 6-star Void Emperor Heavenly Pride, Ming Sheng had black hair and was dressed in black. He was very handsome. He stood in the void, but his figure was constantly changing. It was as if he didn't belong to this space-time. Space-time law. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Space-time laws were the most unpredictable and mysterious. It was one of the most difficult laws to deal with among the top 10 laws. If it was combined with other nomological laws, the sacred art form would definitely be very mysterious. Lu Ming was highly focused. He did not dare to relax. Buzz! Suddenly Ming Sheng's figure moved. In a flash, he pounced toward Lu Ming at top speed. However, when he was halfway through, Ming Sheng's body suddenly disappeared. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. Without thinking, he swung the hammer of chaos backward. The huge hammer of chaos was as huge as a mountain. It filled the sky and the void kept exploding. However, it did not hit Ming Sheng. He was not behind Lu Ming. Instead, he was above Lu Ming. Boom! Ming Sheng took a step forward. A terrifying power pierced through the void and formed a terrifying killing force that blasted towards Lu Ming's head at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming unfurled his six-feathered divine wings. It was a pair of transparent wings. With a flap, his figure disappeared on the spot and reappeared 1,000 meters away, avoiding Ming Sheng's attack. At the same time, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. Although the hammer of chaos was powerful, its speed was not fast. It was not suitable to deal with people like Ming Sheng. Interesting, then let's compete in speed. Seeing that Lu Ming had dodged the attack, Ming Sheng sneered. His figure flashed again and he disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With a flash of his six-feathered wings, he left the spot. The two of them were astonishingly fast as they flickered in the air. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even see their movements. He's so fast. Ming Sheng can control the space-time law. It's understandable that he's fast. But why is Lu Ming's speed so shocking too? His divine art is so amazing. He can actually keep up with Ming Sheng's speed. Many with high cultivation opened their eyes wide and carefully watched the scene, afraid to miss a single thing. The two of them were too fast, so fast that they disappeared. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to see them at all. They would only see an empty void. Lu Ming and Ming Sheng flashed in the void at an extremely fast speed. Within a few minutes, the two of them flashed thousands of times, but they did not encounter a single move. Buzz! Suddenly Ming Sheng's figure appeared. He didn't move anymore, and his expression was a little dark. In terms of speed, which was his strong suit, he actually could not suppress Lu Ming. He felt a little embarrassed. Ming Sheng stopped. Lu Ming also stopped not far away. Your speed is useless in front of me, Ming Sheng said coldly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He is indeed a six-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Ming Sheng's cultivation was higher than that of the short-haired young man. He had reached the level of a six-star Void Emperor. Mountain River Palm. Ming Sheng moved. He soared into the sky and then slapped down with his palm. An extremely huge palm print formed. As soon as the palm print appeared, it quickly evolved and finally turned into a world of mountains and rivers. One could see that there were mountains, rivers, and lakes inside. It was like an entire world, suppressing the entire void and pressing down on Lu Ming. The scene was extremely terrifying. Facing such an attack, there was no way to dodge it. The only way was to take it head-on. The hammer of chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hands again, and it grew rapidly. Lu Ming picked up the chaos hammer with both hands and swung it at the mountain river world, as if he wanted to blow this world up. Boom! There was a deafening boom and the world of mountains and rivers shook violently. However, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand shook even more violently. He could feel an extremely powerful force surging toward him. It was as if he was really shaking the world. His body trembled violently as he retreated. His chi and blood were in turmoil. What a powerful force. This person has already mastered 4 types of nomological laws, 3 of which have already reached the second realm. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stabilized the surging blood in his body. The two of them exchanged a blow and Lu Ming could sense Ming Sheng's ability. It was extremely shocking. His cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star illusionary emperor, and he had mastered 4 types of laws, 1 of which was an ultimate law and 3 of which were king path laws. He had already reached the second realm in the space-time law and 2 of the king path laws. Furthermore, this person's magical power technique was formed from 4 types of nomological laws, which was very shocking. Although some people could control many types of nomological laws, such as 5 types of nomological laws, their superpower technique was only composed of 3 types of nomological laws and could not display their full power. For example, although Lu Ming had mastered 9 types of laws, his divine power technique was not made up of 9 types of laws. It could be said that Ming Sheng's battle power was very shocking. He was several times stronger than the short-haired youth from before. You can take one of my palm strikes. Not bad. Let's see how many of my palm strikes you can take. Level 2 Mountain River Palm. Ming said coldly. His entire body emitted a brilliant light as he struck out with another palm. This time, 2 mountain river worlds were formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. The power was even more shocking. Come on. Lu Ming let out a long roar. The power of his body was circulated to the extreme. He condensed a strong saint power and poured it into the hammer of chaos. He swung the hammer at his opponent. Another deafening boom was heard. The force rolled in all directions and a figure was forced to retreat. It was Lu Ming. This time he was still at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Again. Ming shouted and launched a series of attacks. This time 3 worlds were formed and they pressed down on Lu Ming. This time Lu Ming also unleashed his full power and cast 7 types of laws. Chaos, Devour, Extremity, Penetration, Formation Dao, Alchemy Dao and Craftsmanship Dao. Apart from the Death Rule and the Life Rule, which he had not integrated, Lu Ming had used all his strength. The power of the Hammer of Chaos was even more astonishing, and it collided with the Mountain River world. This time Lu Ming directly pierced through the opponent's 3 layers of mountains and rivers, causing Ming to retreat continuously. Hiss gasps could be heard at the scene. Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Ming and even force him to retreat. This was too terrifying. Ming had the cultivation base of a 6-star Void Emperor. In addition, Ming own talent made it easy for him to defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was able to defeat him. What did this mean? This meant that Lu Ming could also defeat an ordinary 7-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming was only an emperor to be, but he was able to defeat an ordinary 7-star illusionary emperor. This was equivalent to crossing an entire realm. Many people looked at each other. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that all this was real. I heard that Lu Ming has mastered 2 ultimate maxims. I wonder if it's true. One don't know. It's incredible that he can control 2 ultimate maxims. In my opinion, it might be true. Didn't you notice that he has already used 7 maxims? This is already unbelievable. I wouldn't be surprised if he can control another ultimate maxim. However, even if he has mastered 2 ultimate maxims, it won't be of much use to improve his combat strength. This is because ultimate maxims can't be merged, and it's impossible to construct a divine power. That's true. Chapter 2246 Breaking the mountains and rivers all around, the countless spectators were discussing. Ming expression was very ugly. With his cultivation, he was forced to retreat by an emperor to be, which was absolutely shameful. 4th level Mountain River Palm. Ming roared. He looked down from above and continuously struck out with his palms. This time, palm prints of mountains and rivers came crashing down on Lu Ming. This level of power could be said to be incomparably shocking. Lu Ming's expression was extremely grave as he felt a terrifying pressure. He pushed his cultivation to the extreme. At the same time, he held the Hammer of Chaos in his right hand and held the Void in his left hand. A battle sword formed in the Void. It was the Sword of Death and was also made up of 7 nomological laws. Death Rule. Lu Ming has really mastered 2 ultimate maxims. Someone exclaimed. It was one thing to hear about it, but it was another to see it with their own eyes. At this moment they had seen Lu Ming cast 2 ultimate maxims with their own eyes. This impact was too great for them. Such talent. It's a pity he can't become a Saint Emperor. If he could, how amazing would he be? A Heavenly Emperor level figure sighed. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor, the Yin clan's Heavenly Emperor, and his master from the Eternal Star River all had gloomy expressions. Break. Lu Ming held the Hammer of Chaos in one hand and the Sword of Death in the other. He soared into the sky and attacked his opponent. Boom! Boom! The Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death struck at each other. The entire world was boiling as explosions rang out continuously, causing the Void to split apart. Bang! His opponent's first mountain river world crumbled in an instant, followed by the second, and then the third. With a final deafening boom, Lu Ming broke through the 4th level of the mountain river world. However, Lu Ming himself was also sent flying by the terrifying force. He flew tens of thousands of meters away. His qi and blood churned, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ming was not in a good state either. His palm force was broken and Lu Ming's terrifying attack was charging towards him, causing him to retreat frantically. This time it was a draw. Lu Ming's figure stopped. The six-feathered galloping beast flapped its wings fiercely. Its figure was like a bolt of lightning, drawing an arc in the air and charging towards Ming. 4th level mountain river palm. Ming shouted and once again cast the quadruple mountain and river palm. The quadruple mountain and river world formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. The two of them collided once again, and then quickly retreated. It's said that when the mountain river palm is cultivated to the highest realm, one can cultivate 9 levels of the mountain river world. It's extremely terrifying. Now, it seems that Ming has only cultivated it to the 4th level. That's right. However, the 4th level of the mountain river palm is definitely shocking. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to fight with Ming to this extent. Some people sighed. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still felt that it was unbelievable. Lu Ming and Ming had similar combat strength. The two of them exchanged 10 moves in a row and neither of them had a clear winner. Ming expression became more and more unsightly. Using the quadruple realm mountain river palm consumed a shocking amount of world power. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. No, one can't be defeated. How can I be defeated by a quasi-emperor? One must defeat him and obtain the indestructible ancient scroll. Ming roared in his heart. At this moment Ming aura became even stronger. The power of the world in his body seemed to be burning. Ming was going to risk his life. Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. 5-fold mountain river palm. Ming shouted. His long hair fluttered. His palm seemed to push the world forward. As he pushed out, layers of mountain river world formed. In the end, a total of 5 layers of mountain river world stacked together and blasted toward Lu Ming. With Ming cultivation, it was impossible for him to unleash the 5th level of the mountain river world. Now that he had forcefully unleashed it, he would suffer a backlash and be seriously injured. But now, in order to win against Lu Ming, he could not care anymore. Lose! Ming eyes flashed with ferocity. A 5th level mountain river realm was much more powerful than a 4th level mountain river realm. This move was enough to crush Lu Ming and defeat him. The indestructible ancient scroll was his. Ming roared in his heart. At that moment Lu Ming stood still in the void. The world of 5 mountains and rivers enveloped the void and pressed down on Lu Ming. Under the world of 5 mountains and rivers, Lu Ming's figure was as small as an ant. Lu Ming is still going to be defeated. Some people sighed. Previously, Lu Ming should have reached his limit. If he had already reached his limit, he would not be a match for this move. Only Dandan had a sneer on the corner of her mouth. He knew that Lu Ming had not used his ultimate move. Boom! 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 The heavens and earth rumbled and the void trembled. The world of 5 mountains and rivers pressed down, getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Ming raised his hands high, one hand holding the hammer of chaos and the other holding the sword of death. Now Lu Ming put his hands together, combining the hammer of chaos and the sword of death. The moment they merged, Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and a dazzling radiance burst out. Then a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This spear contained 8 types of laws: chaos, death, devour, extremity, penetration, array Dao, smithing Dao and alchemy Dao. Infinite dragon spear. Lu Ming shouted. This was the name he had given to this move. It had the same name as the long spear that he had used in the past. The long spear broke through the air, and a shocking spear radiance pierced through the void, stabbing towards the 5-level mountain river world. Bang! 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 The world of 5 mountains and rivers exploded one after another. In an instant the world of 5 mountains and rivers completely collapsed. A terrifying power surged towards Ming. Ming screamed and flew out. His body almost exploded. He was covered in wounds. His face was pale and he spat out blood. He had barely managed to use the 5th level of the mountain river world, and he was already injured. Now, he was swept by the aftermath of Lu Ming's destruction of the 5th level mountain river world. His injuries were even more serious and he was extremely dispirited. Lu Ming's arm was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. He circulated the life law and the wound on his arm healed quickly. It's much better than before. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. When he was at the Gu family, he had fused the laws of chaos and the laws of death to form a magical power technique. The more power he unleashed, the more serious his injuries would be. But now it was much lighter. This was because his usage of the laws in the ancient Undying City had improved a lot. It was also easier for him to control the fusion of the two ultimate laws. In just a few breaths, the wound on Lu Ming's arm had healed. This scene was seen by some powerful existences. Then, that's the law of life. One of the Emperor's eyes widened as his voice trembled with disbelief. Heavens, it really is the life law. This little guy has not only mastered the laws of chaos, the laws of death, and the laws of life. Some experts couldn't help but exclaim. His words stirred up 1,000 waves. The scene began to quiet, and then it was noisy. Invincible with meth scene was in an uproar. There were shocked discussions, shouts, and exclamations. Even the Heavenly Emperor characters found it hard to remain calm and were extremely shocked. Oh my God, an emperor-to-be can not only control many laws, but also 2 ultimate laws. Now he has mastered 3 ultimate laws. 3 ultimate maxims. How did he do that? The laws of chaos and the laws of death are the main offensive force, while the laws of life can heal the body. This is simply a perfect combination. If he can become a Saint Emperor, no one at the same level as him can be his match. Even the most amazing genius in history can't be his match. Many people shouted. They were truly shocked beyond belief. It was already shocking enough that a person could control 2 ultimate maxims. Now, he could actually control 3 ultimate maxims. Chaos, death, and life. It was a perfect match. Impossible. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xinghe, and Yuan Xian all shook their heads crazily, their eyes full of disbelief. They found it hard to believe that all of this was real and hard to accept. It doesn't matter how many laws he can control. He can't become a Saint Emperor, so his combat power is limited. They'll definitely be able to suppress him in the future. They roared in their hearts. This was the only reason they could use to comfort themselves. Otherwise, their hearts of martial arts would be unstable. Mingxing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming's gaze landed on Mingsheng, his fighting spirit soaring. Lu Ming's injuries had fully healed, and his fighting spirit was at its peak. At the same time, a large pile of origin stones appeared beside him. Lu Ming cast the law of devouring, and the large pile of origin stones turned into origin qi and entered his body. The saint energy that Lu Ming had just consumed was quickly restored. What a pervert! Many people sighed. Lu Ming's combination of laws was simply invincible. He was like a war machine. Mingsheng was a little dejected. He shook his head and retreated. He was already severely injured and could not be Lu Ming's match. Lancheng, what do you say now? Lu Ming's ability is obvious to all. The Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu turned to look at the Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor. Humph, no matter how many laws you control and how strong your battle prowess is, what's the use if you can't become a divine emperor? There's a limit to his strength, and any true emperor would be able to suppress him. Lancheng coldly snorted, his voice still filled with disdain. He wanted to grasp this point and not let go. If he can't become a saint emperor, everything else is useless. Therefore, it's still a waste to leave the indestructible ancient scroll on him. I need to strip it out and give it to stronger geniuses. Lancheng continued. Haha, what stronger heaven's favorite? These people can't even withstand a single blow. I'm invincible in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming laughed arrogantly. He was filled with confidence. I'm invincible. Even in front of the Celestial Emperor it was the same. Many people were shocked. They looked at the young man in front of them and sighed. This young man was extraordinary. Be it in terms of wisdom, perseverance, talent, or heart of martial arts, he was at the top. However, fate made a fool of him and he could not become a sovereign. Once he became an emperor, he would probably shock the world. Also, at this moment Lu Ming continued to speak. His eyes were like stars as he stared at the Lan family's celestial Thearch and said, You've said time and time again that one can't become a saint emperor. What makes you think that one can't? Why do you think I can't become a saint emperor? Many people were stunned by his words. Could it be that Lu Ming still thought that he could become an emperor? However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, it was not as if no one under the rank of a martial sovereign had mastered multiple nomological laws, but none of them had become a sovereign. No one was an exception. After that, many peerless powerhouses studied it and came to the conclusion that if one could master many laws below the martial sovereign realm, the path of martial Tao would be broken and one could never become a sovereign. Ha ha ha. Lan Chang himself was also stunned at first. Then he laughed out loud, full of ridicule, and said, "Those below the martial supreme realm can control many laws, but they can't become a supreme emperor. This has been a truth since ancient times, and no one has been able to break it. You're still dreaming of becoming a supreme emperor. What a joke. Who's the laughable one?" Lu Ming immediately retorted, his eyes shining. During the primordial era, the Heaven Realm was filled with the primordial cultivation system. At that time, did anyone think that a nomological cultivation system would appear? Later on, it was still created by someone. It was unprecedented, and it led straight to the great Tao. Just because the ancients couldn't do it doesn't mean that the later generations can't do it. It doesn't mean that no one can do it. You don't even understand this logic. What a waste of being the celestial emperor. Lu Ming's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. It was filled with boundless pride and unyielding spirit, unyielding to fate. Many people were touched. Indeed, if the ancient people couldn't do it, would the future generations be unable to do it? Lan Chang was at a loss for words. At the same time, an ice-cold killing intent filled his heart. Lu Ming actually dared to talk back to him and embarrass him. If they were not in public, he would have killed Lu Ming with one slap. How dare you, Lu Ming, a junior, speak to the celestial Thearch in such a manner? This is a great disrespect and you deserve to be punished. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, and a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a black iron battle suit, and his entire body was filled with a sharp aura. It's him, Yabing. The strongest illusionary divine among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm, Yabing, is about to make his move. Someone immediately recognized the young man. Disrespectful? What a joke. Some people also need to have something worthy of respect. Those who are not worthy of respect, why should they be respected? Of course, there are exceptions to those who are deliberately flattering. Lu Ming said calmly, his words crossing the line. First of all, they said that Land City was not worthy of respect. Furthermore, they also said that Yibing was just trying to curry favor with them. Impudent. I'll teach you how to behave. Yingbing was furious, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Boom! Yabing made his move immediately. He took a step forward and continued to close the distance between him and Lu Ming. At the same time, his palm glowed. With a wave of his hand, a small black pagoda appeared. It grew rapidly and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This pagoda was not a monarch weapon, nor was it corporeal. It was a divine art that was condensed from laws and the power of the world. The hammer of chaos condensed in Lu Ming's hands and he swung it. Thump! A dull explosion was heard. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. A shocking power came from the other party's black tower. It far exceeded Lu Ming's. A 7-star illusionary emperor. Also, at least 4 of his nomological laws have reached the second realm. After matching one move, Lu Ming could only roughly estimate the other party's strength. Just this bit of strength? Let's see how many moves you can take. Let's go. Yabing said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the giant pagoda came crashing down on Lu Ming again. At this moment, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and was replaced by a long spear. It was a spear that contained 8 laws. Buzz! Lu Ming swept his spear out. The long spear expanded rapidly and bombarded the giant tower. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm, the infinite dragon spear that Lu Ming used contained 8 types of laws. It was his strongest attack at the moment and its power was shocking. The long spear struck the giant tower, causing it to shake continuously before it was sent flying. However, Lu Ming himself was also sent flying. His hands were covered in wounds and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Ming circulated the life law and his injuries were healing rapidly. Humph! After being continuously blocked by Lu Ming, Oyu Yabing revealed a look of displeasure and let out a cold snort. He was known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm. Even many Void Emperors who had lived for a long time were not his match. Again, the light on Oyu Yabing's palm grew even brighter. Following that, another weapon appeared. This was a flower vase, not a physical entity, but also condensed from the laws and the power of the world. Kill die! Oyu Yabing shouted. The giant pagoda once again came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, the mouth of the vase emitted a brilliant glow. Then streams of sword chi burst out from the mouth of the vase. The boundless sword chi was incomparably sharp. It cut through the space and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. The law of chaos and the law of death kept colliding with each other in the spear, triggering a terrifying power. Boom! The long spear swept out once again and blocked the attack of the giant pagoda. However, the sword chi followed and slashed over with great power. Although Lu Ming tried to block it with his long spear, he could not block it at all. Boom! 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 The spear in Lu Ming's hand shattered with a series of explosive sounds. He retreated at top speed, but he was still swept by the sword light. His body was almost torn apart and sword wounds appeared. The destructive force continued to drill into Lu Ming's body, destroying his physical body. Even though he had circulated the life law, Lu Ming's injuries could only recover slowly. 5 types of second realm laws. One of the strongest laws is the law of nothingness, and there are 4 types of king path laws. At this moment, Lu Ming finally had a clear look at Oyu Yabing's ability. Oyu Yabing had actually comprehended 5 types of nomological laws, and all of them had reached the second realm. Coupled with his cultivation as a 7-star illusionary emperor, his combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming's combat strength is ultimately limited. Someone shook his head. Haha, he's finally going to be defeated. If he doesn't become a saint emperor, he's still a waste. Lan Yun, Yan Shi and the others laughed. This is your limit? If you don't become a monarch, you're just an ant that can't withstand a single blow. I, on the other hand, can break through at any time and become a true monarch. At that time, I can kill you with a single thought. Lu Ming, just accept your fate. The indestructible ancient scroll isn't something you can control. Oyu Yabing spoke coldly. He was filled with an air of superiority. Become emperor, isn't it just become emperor? Then 111 become a divine emperor. Lu Ming opened his mouth and his last words turned into a long howl. Boom! A shocking aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. The life law circulated rapidly, and the injuries on his body recovered rapidly. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the 9 types of laws and they entered his saint heart. The 9 types of laws were arranged in a circle. An ultimate law separated by 2 king path laws, then another ultimate law, then 2 king path laws. The 9 types of nomological laws were separated from each other and reached a balance. They burst forth with boundless radiance and began to evolve the world core. That's right. Lu Ming was about to break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming had wanted to find a place to consolidate his cultivation before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. In that case, he would be more confident. However, Lu Ming understood that he had no choice but to break through to the divine emperor realm in advance. Once he broke through to the sovereign realm, he would be an unparalleled heaven's favorite with unparalleled potential. Let's see how Lan Cheng and the others would deal with him. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body emitted an unparalleled dazzling radiance. A terrifying force burst forth and blasted a yes weapon away. Breakthrough, he wants to break through. Someone shouted. He's courting death. He's trying to break through to the martial emperor realm. He'll end up like the ancient people. His saint heart will be shattered and his body will be torn apart. He's overestimating himself. Does he really think he can create a miracle? Lan Cheng and the others spoke one after another, their voices filled with disdain. Oyu Yabing stopped in the distance and did not continue to attack. Now Lu Ming was trying his best to break through to the next realm. The power of law surged and the power he exerted was very shocking. He could not get close to him at all. Lu Ming. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the other heavenly emperors from the primordial realm all looked worried. They all thought that Lu Ming was forced to break through to the martial supreme realm in such an environment in order to fight for a chance of survival. However, they did not know that Lu Ming was confident. He did not attempt to break through without any confidence. Lu Ming, you must succeed. Mulan clenched her fists tightly. Although she knew that Lu Ming had obtained the method that Gu Lingtian had left behind, she was still very nervous. In addition, the Gu family was the same. After all, no one had ever tried Gu Lingtian's method, so no one knew if it would succeed. Lu Ming will definitely succeed. Dandan's eyes were bright as she stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were on him. Although many people who had no grudges with Lu Ming felt that the chances of him succeeding were very low, they still held on to a glimmer of hope and hoped that Lu Ming would succeed. He was already so amazing even before he became a monarch. Once he became a monarch, his future achievements would be limitless. It was definitely beneficial to the heaven realm. At that moment, Lu Ming's Saint Heart was undergoing a shocking change. The 9 types of laws formed a ring shape and burst forth with boundless power. The bright radiance was like a small sun. The 9 types of laws formed a wonderful balance. Their powers linked up with each other and seemed to be evolving towards the world core. This time there was no energy leaking out to tear Lu Ming's Saint Heart and physical body. This was because the 9 types of nomological laws were in a balanced arrangement, and their powers offset each other. If Lu Ming had only mastered 2 ultimate maxims, one of which was the King Path, the balance would not be formed. The power would burst out and tear Lu Ming's Saint Heart and physical body apart. Buzz! The 9 types of laws trembled as if they were about to merge into one. At this moment, thin threads that were thousands of times thinner than hair spread out from here and extended to various parts of the Saint Heart. These were law threads. They were extremely thin and invisible to the naked eye, but they were indeed the foundation of a world. The law threads spread to the entire Saint Heart. Every inch of it was covered by the law threads. Boom! 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 When the law threads enveloped his entire Saint Heart, his Saint Heart began to shake and undergo earth-shaking changes. Some parts of his Saint Heart were collapsing, but it immediately recovered. His Saint Heart began to transform into a small world. With the world core as the core and the Saint Heart as the shell, a small world would be developed. Boom! 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 At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly gathered above Lu Ming's head. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Tribulation cloud of 100,000 Lia. Large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above Lu Ming's head. Sila. Within the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful pressure spread out, and the entire world was instantly filled with an oppressive aura. Tribulation clouds. It's the tribulation clouds. Someone shouted. How is that possible? How could there be tribulation clouds? Could it be that Lu Ming is about to break through? Didn't you say you can't break through? Those below the rank of Martial Supreme can control many laws and can't break through. Why would there be tribulation clouds? People kept shouting in shock. The appearance of the tribulation cloud indicated that a great tribulation of heaven and earth was coming. This was the Emperor's tribulation. As long as one could pass the Emperor's tribulation, one would be able to step into the Martial Emperor realm. However, didn't Lu Ming, who was below the rank of a Martial Supreme, master many types of laws and find it difficult to become a Martial Supreme? Everyone, including the celestial Thearch, thought that it was impossible for Lu Ming to break through. If he were to break through by force, the power triggered by the different laws would tear his Saint Heart and physical body apart, and he would die on the spot. Throughout history, no one had ever been able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation would only appear when heaven and earth sensed that a new martial sovereign was about to be born. This meant that Lu Ming had already surpassed all the ancient people and was ahead of them. He had created a miracle. Impossible, this is impossible. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others roared madly. They could not believe what they had just seen. Not only them, but the Lan clan Celestial Thearch, the Yen clan Celestial Thearch, and the Star River's master were all in disbelief. They were flabbergasted, and their faces darkened. Ha ha ha, good. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed heartily. On the other hand, Mulan, Guingchong, Bubbles and the others were ecstatic. I knew it, this kid can do it. Dandan whispered. Could he really create a miracle and break through to the martial emperor realm? The other heavenly emperors of the heaven realm spoke up, filled with anticipation. Given Lu Ming's talent, it would definitely be a miracle if he managed to break through to the martial supreme realm. His future achievements would be hard to estimate. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled. In the sky, more and more dark clouds gathered and became thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the area covered by the tribulation clouds had exceeded 100 li. However, it did not stop and continued to expand rapidly. 200 miles, 300 miles, very quickly it reached 1,000 miles. However, the range of the tribulation cloud did not stop. It was still rapidly expanding. 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles. Soon, the tribulation cloud's range had reached an astonishing size of tens of thousands of miles. The sky and earth had turned pitch black, completely blocking the sunlight. Even a corner of Yaoguang ancient city had been covered by the tribulation cloud. The oppressive and terrifying pressure made one's heart tremble. Retreat, quickly retreat. The four groups of people frantically retreated, not daring to be enveloped by the tribulation clouds. This was not a joke. Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was too terrifying. Once one was enveloped by it, one would trigger a great tribulation. This was especially true for the martial emperor realm warriors. Every 33,333 years, they would face another tribulation. However, if they entered someone else's tribulation cloud, their tribulation would be triggered in advance. They were not prepared for it and it was very dangerous. Even the celestial Thearch had to back away from the area. Although the heavenly emperor no longer had a tribulation, who knew what would happen if he entered the area where others were undergoing tribulation? If he really attracted a heavenly tribulation, the consequences would be unpredictable. Everyone retreated. Many people within the ancient city of Alcade also retreated. However, it was far from over. Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was still growing. 50,000 miles, 60,000 miles. Finally, it stopped when it reached a radius of 100,000 miles. The surrounding people retreated again and again. Heavens, a heavenly tribulation within a radius of 100,000 miles. This is too terrifying. How powerful is this heavenly tribulation? The more heaven-defying a person is, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation will be. Many people widened their mouths in shock. They knew that Lu Ming was too heaven-defying. He had not even become a sovereign, but he had already mastered 9 laws, including 3 ultimate laws. This was something that no one in history had ever been able to do. That was why his heavenly tribulation was so abnormal. Back then, Lu Ming's martial royal ordeal only had a radius of 200 miles. When an ordinary person underwent a sovereign tribulation, the range of the tribulation cloud was usually only about 1,000 miles. However, Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was indeed 100,000 miles. Such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Let's see how you survive it. Die under the heavenly tribulation. Lan Yun, Yan Shi and the others prayed silently. Boom! 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 The tribulation clouds were too terrifying. The sky and earth were covered in darkness, blocking the sunlight. In the clouds, endless silver lightning was swimming. There were also giant dragons roaring endlessly. It was very depressing. Many people couldn't help but retreat. Under the tribulation cloud, they felt that their breathing was not smooth. There was a great horror that made them go crazy. Between heaven and earth, Lu Ming was the only one standing under the vast tribulation clouds, looking up at the sky. Come on. There was no fear in Lu Ming's eyes. There was only anticipation. As long as he went through the heavenly tribulation, he would be able to break through and become an emperor. From then on, he would step into the last realm of martial Tao. This was a realm that all cultivators dreamed of. Selah! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck down like a divine sword. It tore the space apart and struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not move. He did not block the lightning and allowed it to strike his body. This was only the first wave of the lightning punishment. If Lu Ming had to put in a lot of effort to resist this lightning punishment, then there was no need to play with the rest. The lightning struck Lu Ming and dissipated immediately. Lu Ming did not feel anything. Too weak. Let's try again. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and muttered, Sila! Boom! 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 Then, bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming continuously. However, Lu Ming stood still in the void, resisting it with his physical strength. Boom! 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 In the sky, dark clouds rolled continuously. Thunder boomed, making people's hearts beat faster. Following that, bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and struck at Lu Ming. The lightning this time was darker in color than the previous ones. The second lightning tribulation had descended. Lu Ming was still using his physical body to resist. It's not enough. It's not powerful enough. As the lightning struck, Lu Ming's body only felt a little numb. He wanted to use the lightning tribulation to temper his body, but the lightning tribulation only had a slight effect. Not long after, the second lightning punishment passed, but the third lightning punishment descended. The third lightning punishment was a purple fire lightning punishment. The lightning was covered with a layer of fire. It was several times more powerful than the second lightning tribulation. When Lu Ming was going through the martial royal ordeal, he had also experienced the third stage of the purple fire thunder tribulation. However, he was going through the sovereign ordeal now. Therefore, although it was the same kind of thunder tribulation, the power was thousands of miles apart. The lightning tribulation now could turn Lu Ming into ashes with just a strand of hair. Oh. Chapter 2250 Crossing the Emperor Tribulation. Purple Flame Lightning Tribulation. Every bolt of lightning was covered in a layer of purple flames. Those were heavenly flames with astonishing temperatures. They could burn everything with infinite power. Boom! 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 The purple fire lightning streaked across the sky and struck Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming's body was covered in wisps of lightning and a layer of flames at the same time. Chi chi chi, the lightning and flames attacked continuously, burning Lu Ming's body. I'm starting to feel it. Come on, come harder. There was a look of excitement in Lu Ming's eyes. He allowed the lightning and fire to attack his body, but he did not resist at all. His body was so strong that the third lightning punishment couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, it could help him temper his body and improve its strength. This pervert! Someone muttered. This was the third lightning tribulation. However, judging from Lu Ming's state, he was clearly very relaxed and did not even use the law. The third lightning tribulation was a life-and-death tribulation for ordinary people. They could be turned into ashes by the lightning tribulation at any time. However, to Lu Ming it was just an appetizer. I wonder how many major calamities Lu Ming will face. It's hard to say. Before becoming a sovereign, he has mastered so many kinds of nomological laws, even 3 of them are the strongest ones. Moreover, he has also undergone the sovereign tribulation. This is unprecedented in ancient times. Such a person is completely against the heavens. I'm afraid the lightning is also unusually terrifying. That's right. The tribulation clouds cover 100,000 miles. From the looks of it, there must be at least 7 major tribulations or even higher. Heavens! 7 major tribulations, how terrifying is that? I've gained a lot of knowledge today. The surrounding people looked on in fear. As for Lu Ming, he was completely submerged in the sea of lightning, bathing in the purple heavenly fire. His body was being refined continuously. It became crystal clear and dazzling like a holy weapon. It was stronger than before. Not long after, the purple flame lightning tribulation disappeared. He had passed the third lightning tribulation. However, the tribulation clouds were rolling and the thunder was roaring. The aura was even more oppressive. Sila! Bolts of lightning tore through the void and struck at Lu Ming. The tribulation cloud didn't even need to be prepared. The fourth tribulation came out right after the third tribulation, not giving the person who was going through the tribulation a chance to breathe. This time the lightning had 4 colors. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and the surface of each lightning was covered with different things. Some of them were covered in flames, some were covered in gales, some were covered in ice, and some were covered in a sharp golden aura. This lightning tribulation was several times more powerful than the pure purple flame lightning tribulation. Bolts of tribulation lightning instantly drowned Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming still did not use the law to resist. He simply used his physical body to withstand it, and used the power of the lightning tribulation to temper his body. When the lightning tribulation struck Lu Ming, his body trembled slightly as he felt a sharp pain. Good, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and there was a hint of madness in them. Fi allowed the lightning to strike him continuously. Wounds began to appear on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out. The power of the lightning seeped into the wound and circulated throughout Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy it. However, the vitality of Lu Ming's physical body was too strong. Even without using the life law, his recovery rate was astonishing. His physical body had just been destroyed, but it was immediately restored. At the same time, it made his physical body even stronger. The fourth type of lightning tribulation was passed through in this cycle. After the fourth lightning tribulation, a goshawk completely made of lightning flew down from the tribulation cloud and pounced at Lu Ming. The fifth lightning tribulation, lightning manifestation. Lu Ming had experienced these lightning tribulations when he went through the martial royal ordeal in the past. He was very familiar with the process. Boom! This time, Lu Ming did not rely solely on his physical body to resist it. Instead, he circulated his holy power. The lightning tribulation was more and more terrifying. The fifth tribulation was undoubtedly more powerful. If he only relied on his physical body, he would probably be seriously injured. With his physical body and saint energy, Lu Ming threw a punch at the goshawk. Bang! The goshawk was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, there was still a trace of lightning energy that flowed through Lu Ming's fist and into his entire body. However, this little bit of lightning was harmless to Lu Ming. It could be used to temper his body and saint power. It could even surge into the Dantian Saint Heart to help the evolution of the world core and the small world. The heavenly tribulation was both a tribulation and an opportunity. Those who could cross it would obtain endless benefits from the heaven realm. Those who could not cross it would be a calamity and would be struck into ashes. Screeches were heard as goshawks continuously formed in the tribulation clouds and pounced at Lu Ming. Other than the goshawk, there were also giant tigers, true dragons, phoenixes, and so on. Each one was more shocking than the last, and the number was increasing. Come on! Lu Ming let out a long howl and kept punching out with both fists, fighting against the divine beasts transformed from lightning. Bang! 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 There were constant rumbles in the void. The lightning-formed divine beasts were sent flying by Lu Ming. Every time they collided with the lightning-formed divine beasts, the power of lightning would surge into Lu Ming's body and be used by him. Lu Ming felt that his physical body had become stronger, his saint energy had become more condensed, and the evolution of the world core had become faster. However, more and more godly beasts rushed out of the tribulation clouds. In the end, there were a shocking 81 godly beasts. The 80 lightning creatures surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him continuously, putting him under great pressure. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He still did not use the law to resist it. He only used his physical body and saint energy to resist it. This way, he would be able to obtain the greatest opportunity from the lightning tribulation. If he used a law to disperse the lightning tribulation, he wouldn't be able to use it to temper his body and saint power. This guy is actually using the heavenly tribulation to improve himself. This is too shocking. That's right. He's really abnormal. When other people undergo their tribulations, they just want to get through it quickly. But he's deliberately dilly-dallying. He's using the power of the lightning tribulation to temper himself. This kid is terrifying. Some powerful existences were discussing in low voices. The faces of the Lan clan's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng, and the Yen clan's heavenly emperor became more and more gloomy. Lu Ming took the longest time to complete the 5th round of lightning tribulation. It took him a full hour. Lu Ming could feel that his physical body had improved again. It was 3 levels stronger than before. At the same time, he had condensed 3 levels of saint energy. If Lu Ming were to fight with Ming Sheng now, he would not need to merge the law of chaos and the law of death. He could fight against Ming Sheng and resist his mountain river palm. An hour later, Lu Ming felt that the effect of this lightning tribulation on his tempering was getting smaller and smaller. This lightning tribulation was useless to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming erupted with the power of the law. Boom! Boom! The power of Lu Ming's punch suddenly increased sharply. With one punch, a giant tiger was blown to pieces. Following that, Lu Ming's every punch caused a living being condensed from lightning to explode. The 81 lightning tribulation creatures were all blown up by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. He had passed the 5th lightning tribulation. The terrifying 8th heavenly tribulation Lu Ming passed through the 5th lightning tribulation easily. Then, the 6th lightning punishment descended. The 6th lightning tribulation, lightning weapon transformation. The terrifying lightning turned into terrifying weapons and charged at Lu Ming. There were swords, sabers, spears, axes, and so on. The power of each of them was extremely terrifying. At this point, Lu Ming began to channel the law to resist. However, it was enough to channel only 2 types of law. Just like the 5th lightning tribulation, Lu Ming had to use the power of the lightning tribulation to temper his body and saint power while he resisted it. This round of lightning tribulation also took an hour. Lu Ming's physical body and saint energy had become stronger. In the end, when the first lightning tribulation was not of much help to Lu Ming, he used a few more types of laws and destroyed all the weapons. He had also passed the 6th lightning tribulation. WTV passed the 6th level. Next is the 7th level. The 7th level is the World Refining Tribulation Bell. That's right. It's the World Refining Tribulation Bell. I heard that every son of God has to face the 7th lightning tribulation when he tries to break through to the martial sovereign realm. The World Refining Tribulation Bell is also the last lightning tribulation. After passing it, he can become a sovereign. Around them, some people were discussing in low voices. After the 6th lightning tribulation ended, the 7th lightning tribulation didn't descend immediately. The tribulation clouds rolled as if they were brewing. Selah, Esila, countless bolts of lightning were swimming and gathering. Finally, they gathered into a bell. It was a huge bell of thunder tribulation. Buzz! The bell trembled and descended from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid the lightning tribulation bell. He was enveloped by the World Refinement Tribulation Bell. The bell contained a terrifying energy that enveloped Lu Ming. This was a kind of refining power that wanted to refine Lu Ming completely. The World Refining Tribulation Bell? Come on, help me improve. Lu Ming muttered and sat cross-legged. Back then, the last major tribulation of his martial royal ordeal was the World Refining Tribulation Bell. That time he was almost killed by the World Refining Tribulation Bell. Fortunately, he made it through in the end. With the help of the World Refining Tribulation Bell, his strength increased greatly. He even refined a trace of chaos chi in his body. This time he was going to use the World Refinement Tribulation Bell to train himself. Compared to back then, Lu Ming was even more abnormal and heaven-defying now. The World Refinement Tribulation Bell could not do anything to him at all. The destructive power in the World Refinement Tribulation Bell could only be of help to Lu Ming, helping him to temper his physical body and saint energy. It could even temper laws. Lu Ming could feel that some of his laws were becoming purer and closer to the second realm. Similarly, the World Refining Tribulation Bell could also refine the soul. There were many benefits to blocking a great tribulation of heaven and earth. Those martial sovereigns had to go through a heavenly tribulation every 300,000 years. If they could survive it, they would be able to transform and become stronger each time. Some of them could even make a breakthrough in their cultivation. The heavenly Tao was fair, and danger often brought opportunities. In the void, a huge bell was suspended in the air. Everyone looked at the huge bell and waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Thump! Thump! A day later, the bell trembled and buzzed. In the end, it exploded and turned into energy before disappearing. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the air, his long hair flying in the wind. Could it be that Lu Ming has already transcended the heavenly tribulation and is about to become a divine emperor? This thought flashed through many people's minds, and they couldn't help but tremble. They could not imagine how powerful Lu Ming would be after he became a martial emperor. No, the tribulation clouds haven't dispersed yet. They're even more terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Yes, at this moment the tribulation cloud was constantly rolling and rumbling, as if it was roaring angrily. A terrible pressure spread out, making some people with weak will pale and scared. Heavens, it's still not over. There's an even stronger lightning tribulation. Lu Ming is too abnormal and heaven-defying. His tribulation must be even more terrifying. It won't be an ordinary lightning tribulation. The 8th round of thunder tribulation. He has to face the 8th round of thunder tribulation. How many years has it been? Many people exclaimed, but even more people were curious about what the 8th round of thunder tribulation would be. One had to know that even the Son of Heaven only had the 7th lightning tribulation when he went through the Emperor's tribulation. The 8th round of thunder tribulation was only a legendary thunder tribulation. It would only appear when the extremely heaven-defying and terrifying geniuses appeared. The 8th lightning tribulation had rarely appeared in the history of the heaven realm. Anyone who had passed the 8th lightning punishment would have made terrifying achievements as long as they didn't die. Legend had it that invincible figures like the undying Venerable Emperor and the Chaos Venerable Emperor had gone through the 8th thunder tribulation when they were going through the monarch tribulation. The legendary lightning tribulation had appeared again. Boom! 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 The tribulation cloud, which was 100,000 miles long, rolled more and more violently. In the end, endless thunder and lightning filled the air. However, they did not strike at Lu Ming. Instead, they intertwined and formed a world. It was a world with a radius of 100 miles. The mountains, rivers, and lakes could be clearly seen. One could even see living creatures living there. There were divine beasts roaring. It was completely formed by lightning. The world was pressing down on Lu Ming. This is the beast god heavenly domain. The lightning tribulation has formed the beast god heavenly domain. A heavenly emperor suddenly exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The beast god heavenly domain was one of the 9 heavenly domains in the heaven realm. The lightning tribulation could actually condense into a heavenly domain. This was simply unbelievable. It was said that different people would encounter different situations in the 8th lightning tribulation. There were no records of such a lightning tribulation in the past. The vast beast god heavenly region, which was hundreds of miles in size, came crashing down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. He felt a sense of danger in the face of this lightning tribulation. The hammer of chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hands. It contained 7 types of laws. Boom! 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 The beast god heavenly domain was pressing down. It was terrifying. It was like a real heavenly domain pressing down. Break! Lu Ming let out a long roar. He held the hammer of chaos and soared into the sky, smashing it toward the beast god heavenly domain. Boom! The massive hammer of chaos crashed into the beast god heavenly domain. Mountains and rivers were shattered and annihilated by the hammer. Roar! Roar! In the beast god heavenly domain, countless creatures roared and rushed out to kill Lu Ming. It was like the 5th lightning punishment. The lightning punishment took form, but there were too many of them. Countless living beings pounced on Lu Ming. My God, this is too terrifying. 11 Someone swallowed his saliva and spoke in a grave tone. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He wielded the hammer of chaos and continuously struck. A large number of creatures were blown up, and the terrifying power kept hitting the beast god heavenly domain. Boom! 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 The tribulation clouds churned and endless lightning filled the air. They intertwined in the sky and another world was formed. It's the 9 nether heavenly domain, one of the 9 heavens domains. Another heavenly emperor exclaimed. Another heavenly domain was formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Oh! Chapter 2251 9 Lightning Tribulations 2 heavenly domains appeared in front and behind, formed by tens of thousands of thunderbolts. Their power was terrifying. Some people couldn't help but retreat, distancing themselves from the tribulation clouds. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was truly frightening. If they were to be enveloped by it, they would definitely die. This was especially so for those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Land family, Celestial, Thearch, and the others. They were afraid that Lu Ming would take this opportunity to take revenge, and would rush towards them during the tribulation and envelop them. They were on guard at all times. However, Lu Ming clearly did not have such plans. A heavenly emperor was too fast. How could he possibly catch up to him? He was now seriously fighting against the heaven realm. Break, break, break. Lu Ming kept swinging the hammer of chaos and bombarding the beast god Heavenly Domain. In an instant, after more than a dozen strikes, the beast god Heavenly Domain could not withstand the attacks and was blown up in the air by Lu Ming. Many people let out a long breath. This scene was too impactful. It was as if a heavenly domain had been blown up by Lu Ming. At this moment, the second heavenly domain, the Netherworld Heavenly Domain, was already pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming waved the hammer of chaos and struck the abysmal heavenly realm. In the Netherworld, there were also creatures that rushed out to lull Lu Ming. But at this moment, in the tribulation clouds, endless thunder and lightning gathered again, forming another world. This was also a heavenly domain, one of the 9 heavenly domains in the heaven realm, and it was pressing down on Lu Ming. Will all the 9 heavenly regions appear? Someone said in a hoarse voice. The third heavenly domain came crashing down on Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Before Lu Ming could blow up the Netherworld, a third heavenly domain descended and merged with the Netherworld. Boom! The 2 heavenly domains merged, and the power increased dramatically. The terrifying power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled violently, and he retreated continuously. His face was a little pale. He's not going to make it. Ha. Lan Yun laughed loudly, extremely excited. He was looking forward to Lu Ming failing to transcend the tribulation and dying. Heng Xing River, Yuan Xian, and the others all had the same thought. Lu Ming was too terrifying. He had yet to become a great emperor, but he could already defeat them. His combat strength was shocking. Previously, they consoled themselves that Lu Ming would never become an emperor. They would definitely be able to suppress Lu Ming easily in the future. However, if Lu Ming became a martial emperor, they could no longer find an excuse to console themselves. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could easily suppress them once he became a martial emperor. They had been looking forward to Lu Ming failing the tribulation. They were overjoyed to see Lu Ming being repelled by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 The 2 heavenly domains pressed down on Lu Ming. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were forming a 4th heavenly domain. Kill! 1 die! Lu Ming roared. The sword of death appeared in his other hand and he charged at the 2 heavenly regions. They kept striking the heaven domain. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds continued. Lu Ming did not care about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Finally, the abysmal heaven was also destroyed by Lu Ming, but in exchange Lu Ming was covered in wounds. However, Lu Ming had the life law. He circulated the life law and his injuries were healing rapidly. At this moment, the 4th heavenly domain overlapped with the 3rd heavenly domain and pressed down on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 5th heavenly domain was rapidly forming. Lu Ming continued to bombard the 3rd heavenly domain before the 5th heavenly domain was formed. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Before Lu Ming could blast open the 3rd heavenly domain, the 5th heavenly domain had already stacked up. Boom! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. However, with the life law, Lu Ming's injuries were healing rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming did not dare to delay. He took a step forward and rushed to the heaven domain like a bolt of lightning. In his hand, the 2 weapons fused into one, turning into a long spear. A shocking spear radiance pierced out and stabbed toward a 3rd heavenly domain. The 3rd heavenly domain was already unstable after Lu Ming's previous attacks. Now it exploded and even the 4th heavenly domain was on the verge of collapse. However, the 6th heavenly domain had also been formed. Break! Lu Ming roared and channeled all his power to bombard the 4th heavenly domain. Boom! Just as the 6th heaven domain stacked up, he finally blew up the 4th heaven domain. However, Lu Ming was also sent flying by a terrifying force. He was covered in wounds and many of his bones were broken. He was severely injured. However, Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He circulated the life law to heal himself while he rushed to the heaven domain above. Right now, he had to fight against Thearch Heavenly Tribulation. If Thearch Heavenly Tribulation stacked more than 3 times on the heavenly domain, he would be in danger. Buzz! The long spear pierced through the air. It contained 8 types of laws. The laws of chaos and the laws of death were constantly surging. There was a destructive tearing force that rushed towards Lu Ming. Wounds appeared on Lu Ming's arm, But under the effect of Ari life law, they healed quickly. Lu Ming bombarded the fifth heavenly domain crazily. Finally, when the seventh layer of heaven was stacked, Lu Ming finally blew up the fifth layer of heaven. Just like that, Lu Ming ignored his injuries and attacked crazily. He fought against Archie Heavenly Tribulation and blew up one heavenly domain after another. Behind him, the Henyuan Heavenly Realm and the Taiching Heavenly Realm were formed one by one, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was coughing out blood. His arm was about to explode. He was severely injured. If not for the life law, he would have been suppressed by the Heavenly Tribulation. However, in Archie end, Lu Ming blew up the 9 heavens one by one. As the 9 heavens disappeared, Lu Ming's injuries were healing rapidly. His body and saint energy had even become stronger and tempered. At the same time, Lu Ming discovered that his usage of the law had become stronger. He was especially adept at using the laws of chaos and death. The two laws became weaker when they collided, but their power increased. In the process of transcending Rhe tribulation, Lu Ming's abilities were constantly increasing. He's past it. Lu Ming has passed the 8th major tribulation. Tao Vindication and Emperor, did he succeed? The scene was noisy. Some were excited, some were unhappy, and some were pale. However, in the next moment all the sounds disappeared. That was because the tribulation clouds had year to dissipate. On the contrary, ire surged even more violently and let out a terrifying roar. Everyone shut their mouths and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Could it be that the heavenly tribulation was not over yet? There's still a 9th lightning tribulation? 9 lightning tribulations, this was unheard of. 9-layered lightning tribulation, it's actually 9-layered lightning tribulation. How is this possible? Wasn't this the legendary heavenly tribulation that would only occur when one broke through the supreme realm? Why did it appear on Lu Ming? Dandan murmured. She was also dumbfounded, and then she was filled with endless worry. He had lived for a long time and knew some secrets that most people didn't. Ha ha ha, there's still the 9th lightning tribulation. He almost died at the 8th lightning tribulation. He definitely won't be able to pass the 9th. Lan Yun, Yanxi, and the others from the Hengxing River were overjoyed. Originally they had all given up hope, but now they were reinvigorated. Chapter 2252 Inches Danger. At this moment, the tribulation clouds began to shrink and gather. However, the power of the lightning became even more terrifying. The atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. Lu Ming stood in the air, circulating the life law with all his might to recover from his injuries and raise his condition to the maximum. He had a feeling that the 9th lightning tribulation would be extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he would be in danger of dying. Look, what's that on the tribulation cloud? Suddenly someone exclaimed. There was no need for anyone to call out, everyone else had seen it. A palace actually appeared in the tribulation cloud. A huge palace appeared from the tribulation cloud. It was also formed by the power of thunder. There seemed to be a square in front of the palace. However, the entire palace and square were indistinct in the tribulation clouds and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, footsteps were heard in front of the palace. Yes, it was the sound of footsteps. Even in the midst of the rumbling thunder, the footsteps were very clear. Then a burly figure appeared in front of the palace. It was a burly middle-aged man in purple gold armor. He held a purple gold spear in his hand and exuded a shocking aura. Everyone was dumbfounded, including those at the Heavenly Emperor realm. A palace had appeared in the 9th heavenly tribulation, and a figure had actually walked out of the palace. This was simply unheard of. No, this figure isn't a physical body either. It's also formed by the lightning tribulation. Someone said. He could tell. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. It was easier to accept if it was formed by lightning. If it was a real person, it would be really hard to accept. Facing this figure, Lu Ming's pupils constricted and his gaze was extremely solemn. Facing this figure, he felt a fatal danger. Kill! The figure suddenly roared and leaped toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it was like a purple gold ray of light that shot toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! An extremely sharp spear gleam was aimed at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and dodged the attack at an extremely fast speed. However, His opponent's spear swept across the air and caused the void to explode. It was going to blow Lu Ming up. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. He fused 8 types of laws and swept out with the spear. Thump! Lu Ming's body trembled violently, and he retreated continuously. He could only feel a sharp pain in his arm. However, the other party had also been defeated by Lu Ming. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming had gone through 8 major tribulations in a row. His strength was getting stronger and stronger in the process of transcending the tribulations. He was much stronger than before he had transcended the tribulations. However, he was still sent flying by one move. Kill! The other party roared and charged at Lu Ming again. He was not afraid of death. He only had one goal: to kill Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. However, at this moment in the tribulation clouds, in front of the palace, footsteps sounded again, and another burly man in purple gold armor appeared. Kill! The burly man in purple gold armor who appeared behind him shouted as well. He was filled with cold killing intent as he charged at Lu Ming. The 2 burly men in purple gold armor joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Each of them was extremely powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. He used his 6-feathered divine wings in an attempt to dodge, but he was still swept by the spear. A wound appeared, and his flesh and blood were separated. Kill! Kill! The 2 burly men in purple gold armor had similar combat strength. They surrounded Lu Ming from 2 directions. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was no match for them. Bang! Lu Ming was hit by the spear's gleam and his body flew out like a cannonball. He was almost split into 2. If it were not for the fact that his physical body was extremely strong, he would not have been able to block it. Lu Ming coughed up a large mouthful of blood and circulated the life law with all his might to heal his injuries. However, the 2 burly men in purple gold armor charged over again. Lu Ming could only fight. In such a situation, only by fighting to the death could they survive. Otherwise, only death would await them. This was a tough battle. Lu Ming was severely injured one after another. If not for the life law, he would not have been able to withstand it. However, one of the burly men in purple gold armor was not in a good state either. After being hit by Lu Ming twice, his armor was penetrated and 2 holes appeared on his body. Lightning flashed continuously. Lu Ming wanted to exchange injury for injury, using the profound mysteries of the life law to drag the other party to death. Lu Ming, Mulan and the others were extremely worried. Lan Yun and the rest were nervous and looking forward to it. They hoped that Lu Ming would be killed. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the palace on the tribulation cloud. Another burly man in purple gold armor appeared. The 3rd one. Why is there more? Mulan cried out, extremely worried. Brother Lu Ming. Bubble's eyes were filled with tears. The Gu family, the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor, and the others were also extremely worried. Lu Ming was no match for the 2 burly men in purple gold armor. How could he fight against 3 of them? There was no way out, only death. Alright. The Lan family's celestial Thearch and the others were overjoyed and sneered. Buzz! The 3rd burly man in purple gold armor also charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but the 3 burly men in purple gold armor were not weaker than him at his peak. Now that the 3 of them were surrounding him, he could not resist at all. The long spear swept across his shoulder and half of his body exploded. One of his arms was also turned into dust. Recover! Lu Ming circulated the life law and enveloped his entire body. His muscles were wriggling rapidly, trying to recover. However, the 3 burly men in purple gold armor would not give him the chance to do so. They charged at him again. Lu Ming could only dodge with all his might. It was a pity that he was still not prepared. If he had spent some time cultivating the indestructible ancient scroll, he would definitely not have been so passive. The recovery rate of the indestructible ancient scroll was much stronger than the recovery rate of the life law alone. He would probably be able to recover from such injuries very quickly. At the same time, his defense would be much stronger after cultivating the indestructible ancient scroll. The hasty breakthrough had put Lu Ming in a fatal crisis. Bang! He was hit again and his body was sent flying. His body was pierced, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He's going to die, it's over. Lu Ming can't survive the major tribulation. Many people sighed. Lu Ming had shocked both the past and the present. He had not become a great emperor, but he controlled many types of laws, including 3 ultimate laws. Such a person could not have become a great emperor. However, Lu Ming had broken the truth and created a miracle. He had actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. As long as he could pass the heavenly tribulation, he would become a monarch. He had already passed through the 8th heavenly tribulation. Could it be that he was going to fall in the end? Many people sighed for Lu Ming. Only a few of them sneered, hoping that Lu Ming would die from the lightning tribulation. Lu Ming merged the life law into it. Dandan roared. Whoosh! However, it was too late. A long spear was aimed at Lu Ming. This was a sure kill spear. If he was stabbed, his soul would be destroyed and Lu Ming would die without a doubt. Lu Ming becomes an emperor. A long spear was aimed at Lu Ming's glabella. It was as fast as lightning and Lu Ming had no way of avoiding it. We're finished. This was what everyone was thinking. They believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He would not be able to overcome the rare 9th heaven tribulation. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. He wasn't willing to die like this. He had already reached the last step. He had a feeling that as long as he survived this heavenly tribulation, he would become a monarch. He was unwilling to give up now that things had come to this. Roar! At that moment, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in Lu Ming's heart suddenly let out a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar seemed to have a magical power that shook Lu Ming's soul. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was extremely calm. He was in a wonderful state. The state of life and death. In this state, it was as if he had an epiphany. His comprehension of the laws increased rapidly. Life is all-encompassing and can accommodate everything. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His understanding of the various laws had become even clearer. Now he had a feeling that there would be no conflict at all when he fused the chaos laws and the death laws together. He could even merge the life law into it. Previously, Lu Ming could only barely merge the chaos law and the death law. Moreover, the 2 laws conflicted with each other and would stimulate an astonishing power, causing him to be injured. As for fusing the life law into it, that was even more impossible. This was not a simple and crude fusion. Instead, it was a fusion of a divine power technique. It perfectly fused the mysteries of different nomological laws together to produce a shocking power. This was extremely difficult. The difficulty of fusing 3 ultimate maxims was many times harder than fusing 2. But now Lu Ming felt that he could do it. In Lu Ming's opinion, he seemed to have understood many things. However, to outsiders, it only took a moment. The burly man in purple gold armor's long spear was about to hit Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed his finger. 9 types of laws gathered at Lu Ming's fingertips and formed a divine power. It turned into a spear's gleam and stabbed at the burly man in purple gold armor. Ding! Ding! A sharp, ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire area. The 2 spearheads collided, creating a shocking wave. However, the next moment, the burly man's spear bent into an arc and flicked, sending the burly man flying. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. His aura was imposing. He held a long spear in his hand, which was completely composed of saint energy and laws, containing 9 types of laws. Among them, 3 of the strongest maxims clashed with each other. A truly terrifying force gushed out and tore open wounds on Lu Ming's arm. It was still difficult for Lu Ming to control the divine power formed by 3 ultimate maxims. He would hurt himself. However, its power had skyrocketed. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with his spear and charged toward the burly man in purple gold armor, who was sent flying by him. His speed was shocking. Before the burly man in purple gold armor could react, Lu Ming's spear had pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Then the long spear trembled and the power of 9 types of laws erupted. The burly man in purple gold armor's body exploded. At this moment, the other 2 burly men in purple gold armor had already charged toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The spear trembled and rapidly expanded, sweeping out and colliding with the 2 violet gold armored men. The air trembled, The force was wanton, and the thunder was raging. The two purple and golden armored men were forced back. As for Lu Ming, although he had taken a few steps back, he immediately stopped. At the same time, his muscles were wriggling and healing his injuries. An arm was growing out quickly. Ha ha ha, he succeeded. This kid succeeded. Dandan laughed out loud, extremely excited. As for Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xinghe, and the others, they gritted their teeth and were extremely depressed. He had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He did not expect that at the critical moment, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase greatly and turn the tide of the battle. The others also heaved a long sigh of relief. They felt extremely nervous, and some of their palms even broke out in cold sweat. This kid's talent is truly shocking. In danger, his potential was stimulated instead, and his control of laws improved a lot. A heavenly emperor sighed with admiration in his eyes, which caused many people to nod in agreement. Kill, kill. At this moment, the two burly men in purple gold armor charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his spear and fought with the two of them. At the same time, he was healing his injuries rapidly. No one else walked out of the palace in the tribulation cloud. Lu Ming had the upper hand in the battle against the two burly men in purple gold armor. His injuries healed quickly and his other arm had completely grown back. At this moment, Lu Ming launched a counterattack. His attacks were like a rainbow. The two burly men in purple gold armor were no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging dozens of moves, they were blown up by Lu Ming. Annihilated. Lu Ming annihilated the living being that walked out of the tribulation cloud. Did he survive the Great Tribulation? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, but they all had different thoughts. Most of them hoped that Lu Ming had already overcome the major tribulation and become an emperor. However, those who held grudges against Lu Ming, such as Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the Lan family celestial Thearch, as well as some young prodigies, regarded Lu Ming as a great enemy. Some were even jealous of him. They all hoped that the heavenly tribulation had not ended and that Lu Ming would die under it. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to fade and dissipate quickly. In a flash, they had disappeared without a trace. The tribulation clouds disappeared, and the sun shone on the earth again. I've succeeded. Brother Lu Ming has succeeded. Mulan and Bubbles cried out in excitement. This kid has succeeded. As expected of the person I've chosen. Dandan also revealed a smile. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed heartily. I've succeeded. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and were happy for Lu Ming. Only Lan Yun and the others had unsightly expressions. Damn it. How is this possible? How did he succeed? Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others from the Hengxing River roared in their hearts. They were extremely unwilling, but they were also a little frightened. How powerful would Lu Ming be if he became an emperor? Could they still keep up with Lu Ming's pace? At this moment, Lu Ming's dantian had undergone a tremendous change. In his saint heart, the world core condensed by 9 types of nomological laws had completely taken shape. His saint heart had also begun to fully evolve into a small world. The holy energy in Lu Ming's body began to transform into world energy. The power of the world was stronger than the saint energy. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a shocking aura. It was emperor pressure. Lu Ming had become an emperor. He was no longer an emperor-to-be but a true martial emperor. At this moment, he was a 1-star void emperor. Boom! 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 The abundant saint energy was constantly transforming into world energy. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura had reached the peak of a 1-star illusionary emperor. However, this was not the end. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Consecutive breakthroughs. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger. When he reached the peak of the 1-star void emperor realm, his aura did not stop but continued to rise. Boom! Then, an even stronger aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. A 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming broke through to a 2-star illusionary emperor in one go. Many people gasped. As expected of a person who had mastered many types of laws before becoming a void emperor. It was too shocking. He had rushed to the 2-star void emperor realm as soon as he broke through. When an ordinary person first became a void emperor, They would only be at the initial stage of a one-star Void Emperor and would need time to consolidate. Even if they were a top Heaven's Pride expert with good resources and assistance, it would still take 1 or 2 years to break through to a 2-star Void Emperor. For ordinary people it would take even longer. However, Lu Ming had just broken through, and he had already reached the level of a 2-star Illusionary Emperor. However, this was not the end. Lu Ming's aura was still rising. Not long after, Lu Ming's aura had reached the peak of a 2-star Illusionary Emperor. Lu Ming, our battle is not over yet. Let's continue. A cold voice rang out as Oyu Yabing stepped through the air. He formed a seal with his hands and a giant pagoda and a giant flower vase appeared. Boom! The pagoda was as big as a mountain, and it pressed down on Lu Ming. From the mouth of the flower vase, endless sword chi burst out, sharp beyond compare. Despicable! How shameless! Mulan and Bubbles shouted. Oyu Yabing had deliberately chosen this moment to make his move. He wanted to interrupt Lu Ming's breakthrough. Lu Ming had become a divine emperor with 9 types of laws, which was unprecedented in history. He had even gone through 9 levels of thunder tribulation and was at the peak of his momentum, about to break through continuously. However, if he was interrupted, he would have to waste a lot of time if he wanted to break through again. Get lost! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted loudly, and the sound waves rolled. At the same time, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it horizontally. This spear contained 9 types of nomological laws. It was extremely powerful and swept in all directions. Boom! The giant pagoda was swept by the long spear and exploded. At the same time, the endless sword chi also crumbled and turned into nothingness. The long spear did not stop as it continued to blast towards Oyu Yabing. Oyu Yabing's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Divine weapon seal technique." He quickly formed seals with his hands, and in front of him weapons were formed. This was a terrifying divine art. It used the laws and the power of the world to interweave into divine weapons with infinite power. However, when Lu Ming's long spear swept over, these divine weapons all exploded and turned into nothingness. Not good. Oyu Yabing's expression changed drastically as he frantically retreated. However, it was already too late. The terrifying power of the long spear pierced through the void and shattered the space. The terrifying power struck Oyu Yabing's body. He screamed out in pain as his body was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. He then fell heavily on the ground. The lower half of his body had completely exploded, leaving only the upper half of his body intact. He was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. He took out a large number of medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth, trying his best to recover his damaged body. Humph! Lu Ming snorted coldly. He did not bother with Oyu Yabing anymore, and continued to break through to the next realm. Just now he had already shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill Oyu Yabing with a single move. Boom! Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Oyu Yabing did not disturb him at all. At this time, he had already reached the peak of a 2-star Illusionary Emperor. In the next moment, a violent roar came from Lu Ming's body, and his aura suddenly soared. The blood chi was like a smoke signal that shot up into the sky. Boom! 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 At that moment, Lu Ming's Dantian was undergoing a huge change. His previous Saint Heart had completely changed. Countless nomological law threads covered every corner of the Saint Heart, making it evolve into a small world. The turbid air dropped while the clear air rose. The earth could be vaguely seen forming. However, it was impossible for any living beings to survive now because the small world was extremely unstable. The void was chaotic, and the space was extremely unstable. This meant that the small world of the empty Emperor realm had not yet taken shape. However, as his cultivation level increased, the pocket world would become more and more stable, and the area of the pocket world would also become larger. In the end, when one reached the true Emperor realm, the small world would be completely stable and living beings could live inside. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 3-star Illusionary Emperor stage. In one breath, he has rushed to the 3-star Illusionary Emperor stage. This is too shocking. Many people exclaimed. This speed was too fast. How is that possible? The galaxy roared in anger. It was extremely unwilling and filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Back then, during the Battle of the 10 Lands, He had entered the world left behind by the opening of that corner of the primordial realm, and had broken through to become a one-star illusionary emperor. Later on, he came to the heaven realm. With the guidance of a famous teacher and a lot of resources, it took him more than 5 years to reach the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. However, Lu Ming was different. As soon as he became an emperor, he immediately became a 3-star illusionary emperor. It would be strange if he wasn't jealous. Lu Ming's breakthrough had not stopped. After reaching the 3-star illusionary emperor stage, he was still rising and slowly approaching the peak of the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. The main thing was that Lu Ming had accumulated a lot of experience before he became a great emperor. His saint power had been refined 9 times by 9 different laws, and had become extremely condensed and strong. So was his saint heart, which was crystal clear and bright. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change. His saint power was no weaker than the world power. Now that he had made a breakthrough, his cultivation naturally increased rapidly. It was only when he reached the peak of the 3-star illusionary emperor stage that Lu Ming's rising momentum slowed down. His accumulation was finally about to be exhausted. In one go, Il rushed to the 4-star void emperor stage. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 3 streams of air suddenly appeared in his hands. That's the nebulous primordial chaos. Someone exclaimed. That's right. The 3 streams of air in Lu Ming's hands were the primordial qi that he had obtained through the Hunyuan sex assessment. The nebulous primordial chaos was similar to the nebulous chaos. It was born at the beginning of the world, and could be refined to condense a small world. It could increase the power of the world and impact one's realm. Lu Ming took a deep breath. 3 wisps of primordial qi were inhaled through his nose and then surged toward his dantian, entering the small world. Lu Ming circulated the power of the world with all his might and began to refine 3 wisps of primordial qi. Boom! 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 The nebulous primordial chaos was as heavy as a mountain. It was constantly being refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's small world. The area of Lu Ming's small world began to expand rapidly. At the same time, it also became more stable. Boom! Lu Ming's aura, which had already stopped, rose sharply again. When Lu Ming's aura reached a peak, it was as if he had broken through a certain 0 point. His aura rose to another height. A 4-star illusionary emperor. Many people looked at each other and were completely speechless. He had just become a void emperor, but he had already reached the 4-star void emperor realm in one fell swoop. This speed was simply terrifying. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Freak freak. Someone sighed. Brother Lu Ming is so powerful. Bubbles cried out, his large eyes filled with excitement. This kid is indeed worthy of being someone that this lord values. He has some of this lord's style. Dandan also smiled widely. In contrast, Lan Yun, Yanxi, Heng Xinghe, and Yuan Xian all looked extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 2256 Battling 9 Absolutes. Yes, Lan Yun, Yanxi, and the rest were afraid. Before Lu Ming had become a great emperor, he was already able to suppress them. Now that he had become a great emperor, his cultivation level had soared rapidly. He could probably kill them with a single finger. When Lu Ming was only a 2-star illusionary emperor, he was able to beat Oyu Yebing half to death with one move. Before Lu Ming had broken through, he was no match for Oyu Yebing. Now that he had broken through, his combat strength had increased by many times. This kid, the Lan clan's heavenly emperor Lan Cheng, the Yen clan's heavenly emperor, and his master from the Eternal Star River all had ugly expressions on their faces. There was also a trace of shock in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura finally stabilized. Beginner 4-star illusionary emperor. This was Lu Ming's current cultivation level. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming carefully felt the power in his body. Even he was a little surprised. A vast and boundless power of the world gushed out from the small world, passed through his meridians, and spread throughout his body. At the same time, when he became a saint emperor, the saint energy was transformed into world energy, which tempered Lu Ming's physical body and made it stronger. He felt that he was now filled with endless power. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the youths like a sword. Those who were swept by his gaze felt their hair stand on end and were filled with a strong sense of danger. They could not help but lower their heads, not daring to meet Lu Ming's gaze. "Who else is there? Fight me." Lu Ming spoke again, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. None of the young men spoke. Yabing, who was known as the #1 illusionary emperor among the younger generation, had been beaten half to death by Lu Ming with one move. How would the others dare to attack him? For a moment no one stepped out to fight. No one else. Lu Ming muttered, "There are." At this moment a voice was heard. Then, a young man in a blue shirt walked over from the distance. A terrifying aura bloomed from his body. A layer of world god light spread out from his body. True Emperor, this was a true emperor. "It's the Black Tortoise Forest, one of the 9 absolutes," someone exclaimed as he recognized the young man. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm, there were 9 strongest Heaven's favorites, known as the 9 absolutes. Each of these 9 people had amazing talent and were blessed by the heavens. Each of them had reached the true Emperor realm, far above the others. These were the 9 strongest young people in the Heaven Realm. Previously, Joju had also entered the imperishable ancient city, but no one had obtained the imperishable ancient scroll. Joju was about to make his move. He's very arrogant. One also want to fight him. At this moment, another young man walked out from another direction. This man was bald, his face was fierce, and his body was extremely burly. Interesting. This little sister also wants to fight him. Ha ha ha. A charming laugh was heard as a beautiful young woman stepped out. 9 absolutes, they're all 9 absolutes. Someone recognized that the 2 young men who walked out behind them were also one of the 9 absolutes. The 3 supreme prodigies exuded the aura of the true Emperor realm, and stood in 3 directions around Lu Ming. They formed a terrifying pressure that pressed towards Lu Ming. The 9 absolutes? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Heaven Realm's 9 absolutes, each and every one of them was extremely talented and had rare talents. Each and every one of them was insanely strong. In addition to the Heaven Realm's resources, each and every one of them had reached the true Emperor realm a long time ago. Among the many paragons of the primordial realm, only Tianming and Bubbles were the most favored. They would probably be able to stand side by side with the 9 absolutes in the future. One could see how powerful Jiu Lai's talent was. Previously, Lu Ming had not become a great emperor. Given their status, it was not appropriate for them to attack. After Ale, the difference in cultivation was too great. If they attacked, they would be laughed at. However, now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor, they stood up for him. Who's going to do it? The Black Tortoise Forest's 9 absolutes, who was the first to step out, spoke. Naturally, I'll do it. The bald young man grinned. Don't you guys know that ladies go first? The Absolute Beauty said. The 3 of them wanted to attack and defeat Lu Ming to snatch the indestructible ancient scroll. Next, a few true emperors actually want to deal with a person who just became an emperor? Come, if you want to fight, this lord will accompany you. At the side, Dandan shouted unhappily. She stepped on the air and rushed to Lu Ming's side in a few steps. Boom! Dandan was very direct. She attacked directly. 2 punches were thrown out, and 2 incomparably huge tortoises were shot out. The tortoiseshells of the tortoiseshells glowed with endless runes. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. The 2 turtles pounced at the bald youth and the beautiful woman. Dandan's attack was not to be underestimated. The bald young man and the beautiful woman did not dare to be careless at all, and could only resist with all their strength. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Dandan, the bald young man, and the beautiful woman were engaged in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to determine the winner. This is the divine turtle of the world. Could it be that the divine turtle of the world has a successor? Many people saw Dandan's true form and were a little shocked. He looks very young. Could he be a new world turtle like the space-time spirit mouse? Even some of the heavenly emperors were surprised. Many heavenly emperors had broken through after the ancient times. They had never seen Dandan before, so they naturally thought that she was the new divine turtle of the world. They all thought that the divine turtle of the ancient times had already fallen. In other words, Dandan was also a member of the younger generation. It was not appropriate for others to interfere in the battle between the bald youth and the beautiful woman. Brat, I'll leave the weakest one for you. You can deal with him yourself. Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. This guy, why didn't you finish him off as well? Lu Ming pursed his lips and looked at the black tortoise forest. At this moment, the smile on the black tortoise forest's face made him overjoyed and he wanted to thank him. Dandan blocked the bald young man and the beautiful woman. Now he was the only one left. No one was fighting with him for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let me see how strong you are. Xian Weian spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move, afraid that others would snatch it from him. He waved his hand and a brilliant star appeared in the void. Then like a shooting star it shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not use 9 types of laws. Instead he used 8 types to condense a combat sword. He swung the sword at the star. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The star was slashed by Lu Ming's sword and exploded. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's arm felt slightly numb, as expected of one of the 9 absolutes. His combat strength was extremely powerful, and his comprehension of nomological laws had reached a very profound level. Compared to Oyu Yeming, his combat strength was many times stronger. I'll use you to test my strength. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged toward the black tortoise forest. Buzz! Whoosh! The combat sword in his hand was formed by 8 different laws. It contained the laws of chaos and death. At this moment, there were no longer any conflicts when Lu Ming used these 2 types of laws. They were perfectly fused and their power was shocking. A few sword lights cut through the void and headed toward the black tortoise forest. Heavenly Cyclestellar Fist. Heavenly Cyclestellar Fist. Black Tortoise Lin let out a long hiss and burst out with all his strength. The power of the world churned and intertwined with the power of the laws. Stars appeared one after another around his body. A total of 360 stars had formed and appeared in all directions of the black tortoise forest. He stood in the middle of the stars like a god. It's the Heavenly Cyclestellar Fist, the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Emperor of Stars. Someone said excitedly. This kind of divine ability was extremely famous in the heaven realm. Between Lu Ming and the black tortoise forest, who do you think will win? One think it's the black tortoise forest. Although the black tortoise forest is ranked at the bottom of the 9 absolutes, it has long reached the true emperor realm. Its battle prowess is extremely shocking. I think it has already reached the battle prowess of a stage 3 true emperor. Think so too. Although Lu Ming is strong, he has just become a great emperor. He is not familiar with the use of the world energy. He should not be a match for the black tortoise forest. While some people were discussing spiritedly, Lu Ming and the black tortoise forest had already begun an intense confrontation. With a wave of the black tortoise forest's hand, one star after another crashed toward Lu Ming like meteors, destroying a few of Lu Ming's sword gleams. Lu Ming became one with his sword and charged toward the black tortoise forest, slashing his combat sword continuously. Break! Lu Ming continued to swing his sword. In an instant he had slashed more than 10 times at the stars. Boom! 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 The sky continued to explode. Lu Ming was like a god, standing in the void of the universe and turning into a supreme giant. He split a star with his sword. The scene was very visually impactful. There were more than 10 consecutive explosions and more than 10 of them were destroyed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was also blocked. You're just a kill. The black tortoise forest shouted and his body was filled with starlight. With a wave of his hand, dozens of stars charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the stars that were shattered by Lu Ming condensed around his body again. There were 360 stars around his body. Lu Ming exerted all his strength. The power of the world gushed into the combat sword in his hand. The combat sword hummed and 8 types of laws intertwined together. Different laws and different mysteries intertwined and burst out with a shocking power. Bang! 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 Lu Ming continued to slash out. Each slash could explode a star vortex. However, there were too many stars and each one of them was extremely powerful. It was like a real star, full of terrifying destructive power. No, I didn't. Every time he split a star, Lu Ming would be bombarded by a terrifying force. Let's see how many of my bullets you can block. the black tortoise forest said coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and pushed forward. This time more than 100 stars flew toward Lu Ming. Finally, after Lu Ming continuously blocked the attacks, he was forced to retreat by the stars. The ninju is indeed powerful. It seems that one still need to use 9 types of nomological laws. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. All of a sudden, the combat sword in his hand dissipated. The next moment, a long spear condensed. This long spear contained 9 types of laws. Lu Ming realized that although it was extremely difficult to integrate ultimate maxims and develop a divine power technique, the power that burst forth when it was successful was extremely terrifying. With every addition, the power would increase explosively. After adding in the life law, its power was much stronger than before. Whoosh! 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 The long spear trembled and stabbed forward. Rays of spear light broke through the void and pierced toward the stars. Bang! Bang! The stars kept exploding. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 stars were blasted apart by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged toward the black tortoise forest like a god of war. The black tortoise forest's expression changed. He waved his hand again and stars flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out and the stars continued to explode. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Heavenly cycle stellar fist. Stars congregate. The black tortoise forest roared. He gathered everyone's stars into a huge star and pressed it down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming only made a faint sound. He became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear ray that pierced through the void. In the sky it was as if 2 meteors had collided, one big and one small. However, in the end the small one was even more powerful. It directly pierced through the large star and went straight for the black tortoise forest. Damn it! The black tortoise forest bellowed in rage, his expression extremely ugly. His strongest move had been countered by Lu Ming. Was he going to lose? No, I can't be defeated. Black Tortoise Lin roared in his heart, and his face contorted. Once he was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally take his place and become the new 9 absolutes. He, on the other hand, would be knocked off his divine altar. This was something he could not accept. Lu Ming, you're the one who forced me to do this. Go to hell. Black Tortoise Lin roared in his heart, and killing intent burst forth from his eyes. The space between his brows glowed, and a weapon flew out. It was a pair of extremely huge scissors, and its entire body was emitting dazzling starlight. Whoosh! The scissors enlarged rapidly and cut toward Lu Ming. This is a great emperor weapon. Despicable! Someone roared. In a fair battle between peers, the black tortoise forest had used a great emperor weapon. This was too much. This had already exceeded the scope of a fair battle. However, the scissors were too fast. In an instant, they were above Lu Ming's head and were about to cut him in half. Don't think that you're the only one with a weapon. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a large bow. The fallen star bow. Lu Ming suddenly pulled the bowstring. He still did not pull the bowstring. He could only pull the bowstring slightly. However, the angle was much greater than before Lu Ming became a martial emperor. Lu Ming's law gushed into the fallen star bow. World energy gushed in crazily and an arrow that emitted 9 colors was condensed. Buzz! Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out, shooting towards the huge scissors. Clang! The arrow hit the pair of scissors, and the scissors trembled violently before being sent flying. Although the scissors were a great emperor weapon, it was impossible for the black tortoise forest cultivation base to unleash its full power. It was sent flying by Lu Ming's arrow and trembled continuously. The black tortoise forest also suffered a backlash. His body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He pulled the bowstring again and a 9-colored arrow was shot at the black tortoise forest. Just now, the black tortoise forest obviously wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he would not show any mercy. No, the black tortoise forest's face turned pale with fright as he roared in fear. He could feel the threat of death from Lu Ming's arrow. He knew that if he was hit by this arrow, he would die without a doubt. He frantically changed his position, but the arrow seemed to have locked onto his aura and would constantly change its position. How audacious, arg! A furious roar sounded out as a figure suddenly appeared in front of the arrow. He reached out and grabbed the 9-colored arrow. With a squeeze, the arrow shattered into light spots and dissipated in the air. Chapter 2258. Tell the celestial Thearch to scram. The figure who had suddenly appeared and crushed the 9-colored arrow was the Lan family's heavenly emperor Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're so vicious. It's just a fair spar, yet you want to take his life. One can't let you live with such a heart. Lu Ming immediately sneered. His heart was filled with anger. Are you fucking blind? Who made the first move just now? Who was the first to use a great emperor weapon to kill me? Where did you go just now? Now that you've come out to talk, get lost. B0X. Calm. Lu Ming was completely enraged. He flew into a rage and berated the celestial Thearch regardless of what he was. His impression of Land City was extremely bad. From the very beginning, he had been targeted by the other party. However, the other party was the Heavenly Emperor. He had endured it before, but now he could no longer endure it. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was extremely bold. He actually dared to scold Land City and tell Land City to get lost. This was a Heavenly Emperor. This was simply courting death. Impudent. Lan Cheng was furious. He shouted angrily and struck out a palm, wanting to slap Lu Ming to death. A junior actually dared to speak to him like this. If he didn't make a move to kill him, how could he convince the masses in the future? However, the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor moved from behind and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He also struck out with his palm and destroyed Lan Cheng's attack. Heng Yu, this kid has no respect for his elders, and you still want to protect him? Lan Cheng roared. No respect for your elders? Why don't you take a look at what you've done? If one were Lu Ming, I'd say the same thing. As the celestial Thearch, why can't I pick on a junior? Also, it's normal for young people to talk back when they're hot-blooded. Don't tell me that you don't have any self-restraint as a Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed coldly. Lan Cheng was burning with anger, but he had no place to vent it. The battle just now doesn't count. After all, both of them used extraordinary weapons. It was unfair. At this moment, the Master of the Star River stepped out and helped Lan Cheng out of the situation. He continued. Let's say that the Black Tortoise Forest team and Lu Ming are tied for this battle. You'll fight Lu Ming. The Master of the Eternal Star River, the gray-robed elder, looked at the other young man. Yes, the young man stepped forward. The hidden stream was also one of the 9 absolutes, but its ranking was far above that of the Black Tortoise Forest. There's no need to fight. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu spoke as he exuded a powerful aura, forcing Fu Lu to retreat. Heng Yu, you want to interfere in the battle between the younger generation? Lan Cheng seized the opportunity and coldly said. What intervention? This battle started because of the indestructible ancient scroll. Previously, all of you said that Lu Ming could not become a Saint Emperor and was not qualified to control the indestructible ancient scroll, which triggered this battle. But now that Lu Ming has become a Saint Emperor, this battle is naturally over. There's no need to fight anymore. Who else in this world is more suitable than Lu Ming to control the indestructible ancient scroll? The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said coldly. The indestructible ancient scroll naturally belongs to the stronger. Only the stronger heaven's favorites can display their true value. Lan Cheng still didn't give up. Bullshit. All right then, tell them to suppress their cultivation to the same level as Lu Ming. Let's fight at the same level and see who is more suitable. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu shouted. Lan Cheng shut up. A battle at the same level? What a joke. Lu Ming had just become an emperor, but he was already a 4-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, the strength that he had just displayed was obviously above that of the Black Tortoise Forest. With such heaven-defying combat strength, no one was Lu Ming's match in a battle of the same level. There was no suspense. Heng Yu is right. Lu Ming has already become a divine emperor. His potential is shocking and his future achievements are limitless. He's the most suitable person to control the indestructible ancient scroll. At this moment, another heavenly emperor spoke. This celestial emperor wasn't from the primordial realm, but the celestial emperor of the heaven realm. They had no grudges with Lu Ming and had no selfish motives. They simply felt that the indestructible ancient scroll would be the greatest help to the heaven realm if Lu Ming were to grow. Yes, that's true. No need to compete anymore. Following that, a few more heavenly emperors spoke up. They were all heavenly emperors from the heaven realm. In the city of Lan, the Yen family's celestial Thearch and the gray-robed elder had gloomy expressions. Lan Yun and the rest naturally gritted their teeth. They knew that the indestructible ancient scroll would definitely belong to Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming had already proven his value and potential. In the past, everyone thought that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor. If he could not become a martial emperor, it would be useless no matter how strong his combat strength was. However, now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor, his potential was shocking. In the future, he could continue to break through and his achievements would be limitless. Buzz. At this time, the void fluctuated, and an old man with white hair and white clothes stepped out. Lan Chang, the Yen clan heavenly emperor, the Heng Yu heavenly emperor, and the others all bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Empyrean. His words made many people's hearts tremble. A celestial. This old man was a celestial. Celestial Venerable was a title given by the heaven realm to experts. Only peerless experts above the 4-star heavenly emperor level were qualified to be called Celestial Venerable. It was obvious that this old man was a peerless expert above the 4-star heavenly emperor level. Greetings, Lord Empyrean. Countless people bowed in respect. The white-haired holy master nodded and looked at Lu Ming in admiration. I already know what happened before. This young man has amazing talent that has never been seen before. Let him keep the indestructible ancient scroll. Many thanks, Celestial Venerable. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the other powerful cultivators from the primordial realm expressed their thanks. Many thanks, Lord Empyrean. Lu Ming also went forward to thank him. Lan Chang and the others were helpless. Since the Celestial Venerable had spoken, they were even more unable to refute. Celestial Venerable, I think that not only should the indestructible ancient scroll be left with him, but with his talent, his future achievements will be limitless. The heaven realm should concentrate all resources and vigorously cultivate him. No, I object. Upon hearing this, Lan Chang immediately jumped out to object. Celestial Venerable, the resources of the heaven realm are limited. We can't focus on one person. Furthermore, the war between the two worlds is extremely dangerous. No one can guarantee that they will be able to live forever. If they die halfway, all the resources will be wasted. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. One suggests that we distribute the resources to all the heaven's favorites like before. Only then will we have the greatest hope, Lan Chang quickly said. This fellow, the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, was extremely displeased, but he couldn't refute this. That was indeed the case. No one could guarantee that he would not die. If Lu Ming died halfway, the resources would be wasted. By distributing the resources to all the prodigies, even if some people died, there would always be others rising. This was the most beneficial for the heaven realm. The white-haired old man thought for a while and nodded. That's right. Let's just do what we did in the past. We won't give you any less or more resources. If you want more resources, you have to fight for them yourself. Only then can you grow better. Let's call it a day. Let's all go. Let's go. Lan Chang waved his hand and left with the Lan family. Following that, the Yin family also left the place. Returning to Two World City, the fight for the indestructible ancient scroll had come to an end, and everyone dispersed. The White Tianzuan had also left. Not long after, there were not many people left in this void. Senior Heng Yu, thank you for your help. Lu Ming came before the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor and bowed respectfully. B0x. Calm, haha, this is all your own ability. I didn't do anything. You've just made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said with a smile, you should go back and consolidate your cultivation and build a solid foundation. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it in the future. All right. Lu Ming nodded and immediately returned to his residence with Dandan, Bubbles, Mulan and the Gu family. As soon as he returned to his residence, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and constantly circulated the world energy to consolidate his cultivation. This time, after breaking through to the Void Emperor realm, Lu Ming's cultivation level had skyrocketed all the way to the 4-star Void Emperor realm. He indeed needed to consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. His cultivation had completely stabilized. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and stretched his muscles in the courtyard. Suddenly, the space moved and a figure appeared in the courtyard. Senior Heng Yu. Lu Ming bowed. The person who had come was the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. I sensed that you had finished your cultivation, so one rushed over. Your cultivation should have stabilized by now, right? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu smiled. It stabilized. Senior Heng Yu, I've brought your stone body. I'll give it to you now. Lu Ming nodded and continued. A stone golem appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It looked exactly like the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor looked at the stone being with a complicated expression before smiling. I've already removed this stone body and condensed a new physical body. This stone body is now equivalent to a puppet. It's of no use to me. You can keep it and keep it. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Seeing that the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor's attitude was firm, he did not say much and put away the Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming, what's your plan next? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu asked. What's your next plan? Want to find a place to train, raise my cultivation, and comprehend the laws. Lu Ming said. Since he had come to the heaven realm, he didn't plan to go back for the time being. He had just become a great emperor, and it was the time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. He planned to stay in the heaven realm to cultivate first. If that's the case, one recommend you to go to the Two-World City and fight with the alien races. That way you'll improve the fastest. Also, there are many cultivation places in Two-World City. With your current talent, you can freely enter and exit those cultivation places. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the heaven realm will give you some appropriate rewards, just like the other top heaven's favorites. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Alright, I was also thinking of going to Two-World City. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, the best place would be a life-and-death battle. The battlefield outside Two-World City was the best place. Lu Ming also had the intention to go to Two-World City. Alright, I'll also be participating in the battle in Two-World City. If you want to go, come with us. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Senior Heng Yu, when are you leaving? I'm going to say goodbye to my friends. Lu Ming said. Well, set off tomorrow. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said. He then chatted with Lu Ming for a while and set a time to set off before leaving. Lu Ming headed to another courtyard. Before he entered the courtyard, he heard Dandan and Bubbles' shouts. He walked in and saw the two of them sparring. With the appearance of a senior expert, he guided Bubbles in her cultivation. Little guy, you can't do it. You've overused the space-time laws and haven't displayed their power at all. You're far from your mother. Yes, when your mother sees me, she has to call me Big Brother. For this reason, I'll give you some pointers. Stand still. Dandan bragged as she guided Bubbles in her cultivation. This fellow's experience and vision were indeed unique. He easily saw through Bubbles' weaknesses and gave her pointers. Lu Ming walked in. Brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Bubbles immediately abandoned Dandan and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, hanging on to him. Nest, you ran so fast. Who taught you just now? You're so ungrateful. Dandan was very unhappy and looked at Lu Ming from the corner of her eyes. Lu Ming ignored Dandan. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is leaving. My master sent me a message and asked me to go back and cultivate. Before Lu Ming could speak, Pow Pow spoke first. Lu Ming already knew that Bubbles had a master in the heaven realm. It was said that he was an unparalleled expert who knew Bubbles' mother back then. He was an antique who had survived from ancient times. Moreover, he was extremely skilled in space-time laws. Yes, I'm about to leave for Two-World City to cultivate. If you have time in the future, you can come and find me there. Lu Ming said. But Paoba can't bear to. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's body and rubbed against him, reluctant to come down. Lu Ming persuaded her nicely and eventually, Bubbles agreed to go back to cultivate. Little brat, I'm going to leave too. The heaven realm is vast, with all kinds of forbidden places and countless opportunities. I'm going to find opportunities and improve my cultivation quickly, or it'll be surpassed by you. Dandan also walked over and said, Haha, the next time we meet, it'll definitely surpass you. Lu Ming smiled and took out a few jars of fine wine. He passed them to Dandan and Bubbles, and the three of them started drinking. Everyone had their own path to walk. Only by walking the path that suited them the most could they grow quickly. They all felt a sense of urgency. Now, although the Taiching heavenly region was still in the heaven realm, the alien races had not given up on attacking. They had been looking for all kinds of ways to deal with it. No one knew when a terrifying war would break out. Even though they were all Saint Emperors now and their combat powers were not weak, they were not enough for the War of the Two Worlds. They had to keep improving. The three of them drank and chatted. Later Mulan joined in. Lu Ming took out a true emperor golden crow from his storage ring and started to roast it. Everyone drank from day to night, and from night to day. At dawn, Bubbles and Dandan bade farewell and left. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Mulan walked toward the residence of the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Not long after, the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor and a few other heavenly emperors from the primordial realm set off for Two World City. The celestial Thearch speed was simply too fast. Not long after, they arrived at Two World City once again. Miss Mulan, with your talent, you're also free to enter some of the cultivation sites in Two World City to cultivate. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor gave Mulan a token. Many thanks, Senior. Mulan expressed her thanks to the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. You're welcome. I also hope to see you grow. Especially since we're all from the primordial realm. The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor smiled and said to Lu Ming, Lu Ming, the Celestial Venerable wants to see you. Come with me. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Soon they arrived at a side hall. There Lu Ming met the white-haired Celestial Venerable. Junior greets Heavenly Venerate 6 sages. Lu Ming saluted the white-haired Celestial Venerable. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages was the white-haired Heavenly Venerate's title. Comprehending the indestructible ancient scroll, Heavenly Venerate 6 sages was dressed in white and had white hair. He had a gentle smile on his face and no aura could be felt from his body. He was just like a kind old man. Lu Ming, I've called you here to give you some rewards. All top heaven's favorites will be nurtured by the higher-ups in the heaven realm. They can enter and leave some cultivation holy lands freely. Take this token. A token appeared in Sixth Saint's hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. It was the same token that the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor had given Mulan. Lu Ming took it and kept it. B0X. There are detailed records of the cultivation sanctuaries in the token. You can look at the places you want to go to cultivate in the future. Also, after saying that, Heavenly Venerate 6 sages raised his hand and 3 gray stones appeared in the sky. This is Chaos Gems. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was definitely a stone of chaos. Lu Ming would not be mistaken. He had obtained one in the past at an auction in the Heavenly Emperor City. Back then, people thought that the Chaos Stone's Chaos Chi had dried up. Hence it was not expensive. Otherwise, the price would be very shocking. These 3 Chaos Gems obviously hadn't dried up. They contained Chaos Chi that could be sensed. Lu Ming's heart was burning. Chaos Chi was better than Primordial Chi. It was a top-notch treasure for cultivating a small world. After refining it, the small world's evolution could be accelerated. At the same time, it would be more stable and could also improve one's cultivation level. Take these 3 Chaos Gems. They're an additional reward for you. With that, he waved his hand and 3 Chaos Gems flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and thanked the 6 sages. This is all I can give you. After all, the resources of the heaven realm are limited. If all of them are concentrated on one person, many people will have objections. The Celestial said. It's those people from Blue City again. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said unhappily. The Heavenly Venerate smiled helplessly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Two World City was not as united as it seemed. There were many tricks up its sleeve. There were probably many factions. Where there were people, there would be competition. Lu Ming understood this very well. Lu Ming, one can only give you so many consumables like the Chaos Stones, Primordial Chaos Stones, and the World Core. If you want more, you can only fight for it yourself. As for those non-consumables like cultivation sanctuaries, you don't have to worry about that. You're free to enter. The sixth saint added. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that the more he used chaos gems, primordial chaos gems, and the less he used them. The cultivation world had such a long history. These treasures must be pathetically few and limited. As for some cultivation holy lands, such as places that could help people comprehend the Tao, such places could be recycled, and people could naturally enter freely. He believed that the other heaven's favorites would be treated the same way. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. The value of 3 chaos gems was shocking. May I ask, Celestial Venerable, how should I fight for more chaos gems, primordial chaos gems, and other things? Lu Ming asked. When you kill alien races, a kind of crystal core will be formed in their bodies. That is the source of energy for alien races. As long as you take the crystal core of an alien race, you can exchange it for treasures. As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can exchange for any treasure, including chaos gems and so on. The Celestial said. Hunting alien races. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was here to kill the alien races. He could hunt for the crystal cores and exchange them for treasures. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, Lu Ming and the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor bade farewell to the 6 sages. The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor then arranged a place for them to stay. In a courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and consolidated his cultivation. The small world in his body burst out with a strong suction force. From the outside world, endless origin chi gathered toward Lu Ming. Through Lu Ming's pores, it surged into his body and then into the small world, becoming a part of it. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to refine the chaos chi in the chaos gem. His cultivation had just broken through, and he planned to consolidate it for a while. A day later, Lu Ming stopped absorbing the origin energy of heaven and earth. Now he planned to start comprehending the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming focused his attention. In his mind, all kinds of profound mysteries related to the indestructible ancient scroll emerged, and Lu Ming began to comprehend them in detail. To cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll to large success, I need as many as 18 types of nomological laws. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In other words, if he could cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll to large success, he would be able to derive 18 nomological laws. This was extremely shocking. An ordinary ancient scripture only contained a few types of laws. After cultivating it to large success, one could only control a few types of laws. An ancient scripture with 9 types of laws was already very shocking. It could allow one to cultivate all the way to the Great Emperor realm. However, the indestructible ancient scroll contained 18 types of nomological laws. No wonder it was known as one of the most famous ancient scrolls in the heaven realm. It made many people envious. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had only mastered 3 of the 18 laws: life laws, array laws, and artifact laws. The core law of the indestructible ancient scroll was the law of life. Indestructible. It was the interpretation of an extremely powerful life force. Only by controlling the life law would one have the opportunity to cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll to the great completion level, and then be able to display its greatest effect. If it were any other son of heaven, although they could also cultivate, it would be impossible to cultivate to large success. This was because they had already mastered one of the ultimate laws, and it was impossible for them to control the life law. On the other hand, ordinary king physiques could still be cultivated to large success if they did not have someone who had mastered an ultimate maxim. This was because they could use the indestructible ancient scroll to deduce the life maxim. In addition, there were also array Tao laws. Lu Ming realized that many people cultivated array Tao laws in their divine abilities. The paragons who had fought with him before all had array Tao laws in their laws. The array Tao laws could condense endless runes and change into a myriad of forms. It was indeed the most ideal law to construct a divine power technique. The indestructible ancient scroll required 18 types of laws, but Lu Ming only controlled 3 of them. However, he could already cultivate them. Furthermore, he had the life law. The power that he could cultivate would definitely not be weak. To cultivate divine arts, one must find a place that is beneficial to comprehending divine arts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took out the token given to him by the 6th saint and studied it carefully. After reading it, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed to a place in Two World City. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of an ancient hall. There were guards outside the hall, but Lu Ming entered easily after taking out his token. After walking into the ancient palace, there was a door of light. This door of light led to a small world. Lu Ming stepped into the door of light without hesitation. The next moment, he appeared on a mountain peak. As expected, it's a path-understanding ancient tree. Standing on the mountain peak, Lu Ming looked into the distance and was shocked. There was also a path-understanding ancient tree in Two World City. This path-understanding ancient tree had fully matured. It blocked out the sky and the sun. Like a world tree, it surged into the clouds. Between the branches, there was a great Tao surrounding it, which was extremely mysterious. It was more than 10 times taller than the path-understanding ancient tree in the Gu family. Chapter 2261 5-Star Void Emperor. This was the fourth path-understanding ancient tree that Lu Ming had seen. He also had one for himself and one of the top 10 battle beasts he had seen in the Yuan continent, the Titan Bull. There was also one beside the Titan Bull. There was one in the Gu family and there was one here. The one here and the one with the Titan Longhorn Beetle were both mature. This place was a holy land for cultivation in Two World City. He had the token so he could enter and cultivate at will. B0x. Calm Lu Ming flew forward. The closer he was to the path-understanding ancient tree, the more he could feel the magnificence of the path-understanding ancient tree. Moreover, his body and mind became unusually calm. If one cultivated here, the speed of comprehending nomological laws and cultivating divine power techniques would definitely be much faster than anywhere else. Many people were cultivating under the path-understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming chose an isolated place, sat cross-legged, and started to comprehend quietly. Time flew by and 10 days passed in a flash. Lu Ming was already at the beginner level of the cultivation of the indestructible ancient scroll. The life law, array law, and weapon law intertwined together to form a unique divine power technique. Once it was activated, his life force would reach an astonishing level. Not only for the body but also for the soul. The recovery speed was several times faster than the life law. One had to know that this was only 3 types of nomological laws. If it was cultivated to large success, the magical power formed by 18 types of nomological laws would be astonishing and almost indestructible. Of course, the undying ancient scroll's profoundness was not limited to this. Not only did he have the ability to recover, but he also had the ability to attack. Inside, there was another divine power called the inextinguishable golden body. By cultivating this divine ability, one's entire body would seem to have turned into a peerless divine weapon. Its defensive power was astonishing and it was immortal. Furthermore, it also possessed terrifying offensive power. Every part of his body was like a divine weapon that could explode with shocking power. This was the indestructible ancient scroll. It could attack and defend, and its recovery ability was astonishing. It was no wonder that even the celestial Thearch was envious and wanted to obtain it. Lu Ming immediately started to comprehend. Very soon, Lu Ming had cultivated under the path-understanding ancient tree for a month. The speed at which one cultivated divine abilities here was indeed astonishing. In a short month, Lu Ming had already cultivated the indestructible ancient scroll to a certain level. Of course, if he wanted to increase its power, he would have to comprehend the other nomological laws in the indestructible ancient scroll. The more nomological laws he mastered, the stronger the power would be. However, Lu Ming had no intention of comprehending other laws now. He had already mastered 9 types of laws and would need to spend a lot of energy to comprehend them. He should not bite off more than he could chew. Lu Ming planned to put his energy into the 9 types of laws he had now. Now it's time to refine the chaos chi. Lu Ming smiled and left the place. He returned to his residence and entered the mountain and river diagram. Then a chaos gem appeared in his hand. Lu Ming circulated the power of the world. With a single breath, 3 streams of air were sucked out of the chaos gem. They were 3 wisps of chaos chi. A chaos gem usually contained 3 wisps of chaos chi. Lu Ming took a deep breath and the 3 chaos gems were sucked into his mouth. They surged into the small world and Lu Ming began to refine. Boom! 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 The small world trembled slightly and became more stable. At the same time, its surface area grew larger. After refining the 3 wisps of chaotic chi, he took out a chaos gem and sucked out the 3 wisps of chaotic chi from it, before continuing the refinement. Just like that, a month later he refined all 3 chaos gems and a total of 9 strands of chaos chi. A total of 9 wisps of chaos chi caused his cultivation to skyrocket. His cultivation had just broken through to the 4-star Void Emperor realm. Now he had broken through to the 5-star Void Emperor realm and even reached the peak of the 5-star Void Emperor realm. This speed was shocking. One had to know that the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to raise it, and the more energy it would require. From this one could see how precious the 9 wisps of chaos chi were. If I had an endless supply of chaos gems, wouldn't my cultivation level be continuously improved? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but he shook his head soon after. This was impossible. The reason he could improve so quickly was that he already had 9 types of nomological laws, all of which had reached the perfection of the first realm. The nomological threads covered the entire small world, making it very stable. Only then could he continuously refine energy to improve himself. If it were anyone else who had not cultivated their nomological laws to the right level, such a crazy increase would probably cause the small world to explode. My chaos laws. At this moment Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could sense that the laws of chaos were about to break through. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and seized this fleeting inspiration. A day later, a dusky law rose from Lu Ming's body. It was the law of chaos. However, the power of the law of chaos that he was controlling now was much stronger than before. The second realm. Lu Ming's chaos laws were the first to break through to the second realm. When Lu Ming was going through the Heavenly Tribulation, he had experienced a series of battles. His understanding of the various laws had improved. Now, because he had refined the chaos chi and the chaos laws were connected, Lu Ming finally grasped a trace of inspiration and successfully made a breakthrough. The breakthrough in the chaos laws had undoubtedly made Lu Ming stronger. I don't know how strong I am now. Lu Ming pondered secretly. If he were to face one of the 9 absolutes, the Black Tortoise Forest, he would be able to defeat it easily. Let's go to the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming was excited. He wanted to go to the path understanding ancient tree and see if he could break through a few more laws in one go. He then went to the Tao comprehension ancient tree to comprehend the laws. A month later Lu Ming was disappointed. His other 8 laws had all reached a bottleneck. When one encountered a bottleneck, it was not something that could be broken through simply by bitter cultivation and comprehension. The path understanding ancient tree was not very useful in this regard. The path understanding ancient tree was very useful for people like him who had just broken through the bottleneck of the chaotic laws. It could help Lu Ming to deepen his understanding and improve his level of mastery. It seems like it's time to go to the battlefield to train. The best way to break through the bottleneck was to engage in a life and death battle. Only in a life and death battle could one stimulate one's potential and improve quickly. When Lu Ming was going through the tribulation, he had to face a life and death battle. At the end he fell into a life and death state and comprehended how to merge the laws of life, chaos, and death. Lu Ming left the place. First, he bought a piece of information that introduced the battlefield and read it in detail. The battlefield between the Henyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiching Heavenly Region was huge and vast. Apart from some ordinary battlefields, there were also some special battlefields. For example, when Lu Ming first came, the ancient battlefield was very strange. No one dared to enter it in the past. In addition, the Heaven Realm and the alien races had divided several special battlefields for the powerhouses of both sides to fight. They were the Empty Emperor Battlefield, the True Emperor Battlefield, and the Great Emperor Battlefield. These battlefields corresponded to people of different cultivation bases. Chapter 2261 Returning to the battlefield. For example, in the battlefield of the Illusionary Emperor, 2 illusionary emperors would enter and kill each other. Firstly, he could train himself. Secondly, he could kill his opponents and weaken them. He could also obtain rewards. In the Heaven Realm, the rules were that if one hunted alien races and took their crystal cores, they would be rewarded. There were also corresponding rewards for the alien races. Killing the Heaven Realm's powerhouses would also give them rewards. The battlefield of True Emperors was a battle between True Emperors. B0x. It was the same for the battlefield of Great Emperors. Moreover, for so many years, There had been an unspoken rule between the two sides that true emperor powerhouses were not allowed to enter the battlefield of the empty emperors. Great emperor experts couldn't enter the battlefield of true emperors. However, a void emperor could enter the battlefield of true emperors, the battlefield of great emperors, as long as you were not afraid of death. If those of higher cultivation could enter the battlefields of those of lower cultivation, then these battlefields would be meaningless. If you send people with higher cultivation bases into the battlefields of lower cultivation bases to kill people with lower cultivation bases, then we can also send people. In that case, these battlefields would have no meaning to exist. After Lu Ming watched it once, he more or less had some understanding of the battlefield outside. He then walked out of Two World City. At a relatively remote part of the city wall, there were people guarding it. At the same time, a door of light was opened, allowing one to enter and leave the Two World City freely. Of course, there was a formation here. If any foreign tribe tried to sneak in, they would be immediately identified and killed by the experts guarding the place. Lu Ming went through the door of light and arrived outside Two World City. Buzz! Lu Ming retracted his aura and dashed in one direction while sticking close to the ground. The first place Lu Ming wanted to go was the Illusionary Emperor battlefield. His speed was very fast, like a shadow sweeping across the ground. After running for a long distance, Lu Ming finally entered the battlefield of the empty emperors. Lu Ming slowed down after entering the Illusionary Emperor battlefield. However, he did not conceal his aura after arriving here. Instead, he completely revealed his aura. This was merely the battlefield of the illusionary Thearchs. The strongest being was the illusionary Thearch, so Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Now that he was a 5-star Void Emperor, he was not afraid of anyone within the Void Emperor realm. The reason why he released his aura was to attract the foreign races to hunt him down. Lu Ming fully released the aura of a 5-star illusionary emperor. Then he walked slowly on the battlefield, waiting for a big fish to take the bait. Lu Ming walked for a while. Not far away, 5 figures were hidden on a mountain peak. These 5 figures were all from the heaven realm. They saw Lu Ming from afar. What's up with that kid? He's actually releasing his aura on the battlefield. He's simply courting death. This kid must be a hothead. It must be his first time on the battlefield. He thinks that he's amazing just because he has the cultivation of a 5-star Void Emperor. One don't know how many people can kill him in this battlefield. A few of them mocked. No, we're both from the heaven realm. We can't just leave him to die. One think he has no experience. It's his first time on the battlefield. Let's go and remind him, a middle-aged man said. He had a square face and looked very righteous. After saying that, he flew out and the others followed. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard the commotion. He looked toward the group and was disappointed. It turned out to be someone from the heaven realm. He had thought that they were from a different race. Little brother, this must be your first time coming to the battlefield of the empty Thearch. The square-faced man said. Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother, it's too dangerous for you to release your aura like this. It's equivalent to exposing yourself to the enemy. Soon, many powerful warriors of the foreign races will be attracted here. Restrain your aura, find a place to ambush, or act secretly. Only then can you kill the foreign races. The square-faced man kindly advised. Thank you, big brother. I know what to do. Lu Ming smiled and left. However, he still didn't hide his aura. He's so stubborn. He's really looking for death. I guess he's a disciple of some big family. He thinks he can look down on others just because he has some strength. You must know that some peak Void Emperors have lived for a long time, and their fighting strength is comparable to that of an ordinary true emperor. Even if he is a genius, he will still die. The other people said unhappily. Who cares? We've already warned him. He's just too arrogant. He deserves to die. Let's go. A skinny old man was the most unhappy and mocked. They returned to the mountain peak where they had laid in ambush. However, the square-faced man was still frowning, as if he couldn't bear to do it. After a while, the square-faced man said, No, that young man has reached the level of a 5-star Void Emperor at such a young age. He is definitely a top Heaven's Pride expert. When he grows up in the future, our Heaven Realm may have another top expert. It would be a great loss if he were to die just like that. I've decided to persuade him and warn him again. You're still going? That kind of person, if we don't make him suffer, he won't wake up. He'll still think he's the best in the world. The skinny old man said. Although that's the case, we're all from the heaven realm, so I have to remind you. Let's go. After the square-faced man finished speaking, he flew in the direction that Lu Ming had left. The square-faced man was obviously quite dignified. Although the others were unwilling, they still followed him. Lu Ming did not conceal his aura at all and continued to move forward. Previously, although the square-faced man and the rest had good intentions, they did not understand Lu Ming's combat strength at all. Why haven't the foreign races been attracted yet? Lu Ming grumbled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw a large mountain peak in front of him. These mountain peaks were filled with grotesque rocks and rugged terrain, and ancient trees towered into the sky. They were the most suitable for an ambush. Perhaps there was a foreign race hidden here. Lu Ming strode toward the mountain peaks. Lu Ming's guess was right. There were indeed powerhouses from the alien races lying in ambush in this mountain. Moreover, the alien races had already discovered Lu Ming. It's someone from the heaven realm. This kid is most likely a hothead. He actually dares to swagger around here. He's really looking for death. He's young, but his cultivation isn't weak. He must be a heaven's favorite. The rewards for killing a heaven's favorite are quite good. There were at least a dozen alien races hiding on a mountain. They were all transmitting their voices in excitement. Attack! When Lu Ming got close, one of the evil god race members shouted. More than 10 evil god race members rushed out of the mountain and surrounded Lu Ming. It's finally here. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. At this time, the square-faced man and the others finally arrived nearby. They were a long distance away, but their expressions changed drastically. Not good. It's the alien race. That kid is ambushed. I told you he's looking for death. Let's go or we'll die too. The skinny man and the others shouted and tried to escape. That was because the evil god race had also discovered them. The square-faced man revealed a complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and was about to escape. If they didn't escape, they would all die. However, at this moment he was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their bodies froze in the air. It was because Lu Ming made his move at this moment. Chapter 2262. Sweeping across the entire path, Lu Ming did not say anything else and attacked immediately. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming pointed more than 10 times in a row. The force of his fingers swept across the air. Each finger force contained 3 types of laws. During this period of time, Lu Ming had also tried to create some new divine abilities. For example, he could merge other nomological laws into the chaotic finger of tribulation, or the chaotic divine palm to create a new divine power. B0X. Calm. Although it was not as powerful as the chaos hammer, the death sword, the infinite dragon spear, and other magical powers, it was enough for normal use. What Lu Ming was casting now was the upgraded version of the chaos apocalyptic finger. It had added other laws. This was not a simple fusion of laws. It was a magical power that had been developed after a wonderful intertwining. The dozen evil god tribe members were unable to block it at all. Their eyebrows were pierced through, and they died on the spot. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they were all killed in seconds, including a 7-star Void Emperor. After killing more than 10 members of the foreign tribe, Lu Ming waved his hand. The world energy turned into a sharp blade and cut open the evil god tribe members' bodies, digging out their crystal cores. More than a dozen fist-sized crystal cores were emitting strange fluctuations, sparkling and shining. Lu Ming smiled. This was his first harvest. He took out an empty storage ring and stored the crystal core in it. Then Lu Ming turned around and nodded at the square-faced man. He then turned around and left, disappearing from the place in the blink of an eye. The square-faced man and the skinny old man were petrified and their eyes were wide open. They only reacted after a long time. What terrifying strength! With a cultivation base of 5th level 5-star, he killed more than a dozen evil god tribesmen in an instant. One of them was even a 7-star illusionary emperor, and it looks like he didn't use any effort at all. All of them were killed in seconds. This person is definitely a rare heaven's favorite. His battle prowess is shocking. The few people who ridiculed Lu Ming earlier were now in awe. It seems that we've been too complacent and thought that he was a hothead. He doesn't have such strength. He deliberately released his aura to attract the alien races to kill him. Our talents have limited our imagination. The square-faced man sighed. The skinny old man's face was red with shame. Just now, he was the one who ridiculed Lu Ming the most, saying that Lu Ming was a hothead, overestimating his own ability, and that he was courting death. Now he realized that it was not the case at all. He was just short-sighted and narrow-minded. Let's go back and continue the ambush. We don't have that kind of strength. The square-faced man laughed at himself and then left. Lu Ming continued to release his aura like before. As expected, he attracted the attention of the alien races, but they were all killed by him. However, after that, Lu Ming's reputation had also spread on this battlefield. Many people knew that a peerless genius had come from the Heaven Realm. His combat strength was amazing. For a moment, the alien races did not come out at all when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming's trick had failed. Lu Ming was very speechless. It seemed like this move couldn't be used for long. He could only rely on himself to find the evil god tribe. Lu Ming headed toward the center of the illusionary Thearch battlefield. In the center of the Void Emperor battlefield, a group of top Void Emperors had gathered. The top Void Emperors from both sides were hunting each other. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. There was no need for him to hide at all. He crossed the sky directly and flew rapidly towards the center of the battlefield. Not long after, he arrived at the core area of the illusionary Thearch battlefield. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming had just entered the core area when he heard deafening rumbles coming from the front. Beams of dazzling multicolored light shot up into the sky continuously. The scene was shocking. There was a battle going on, and it was not just one. Instead, there were many people fighting fiercely. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in front of Lu Ming. A group of Heaven Realm experts was being attacked by a group of evil god tribe experts. There were about 20 experts from the Heaven Realm, but there were about 50 experts from the evil god tribe. Both sides were experts, both at the 6-star Void Emperor realm and above. In the Void Emperor realm, both were top experts. Charge out. On the Heaven Realm side, there was a true dragon that had turned into 100 meters long. It roared continuously, and its dragon horn constantly shot out lightning bolts, trying to rush out. This true dragon was extremely powerful. It was a 7-star illusionary emperor and had mastered 5 types of laws. Could be said that it was very powerful. However, the other party also had an existence of the same level blocking him. At this time, there were more than 20 masters from Heaven Realm, each of them bathed in blood, and some of them had already been seriously injured. On the ground, there were corpses of both humans and divine beasts. Arg! A shrill cry rang out. On the side of the Heaven Realm, a giant elephant was split in half by an axe of an evil god race member and died on the spot. Damn it. Charge! We must charge out. The true dragon roared. This time they had fallen into a trap. In this core region, the peak illusionary emperors from both sides were hunting each other. This time, the Heaven Realm had gathered dozens of peak illusionary emperors. They had originally wanted to make a big move and ambush the evil god tribe, but they didn't expect to be ambushed by the other side. The other side sent out even more strong people, and the Heaven Realm suffered heavy losses. There were only about 20 of them left, and they tried their best to break out of the encirclement. However, the enemy's numbers were too many, at least twice their number. Even if they used all their strength, it would be difficult for them to charge out. Charge out, whoever can charge out counts, we can't all die here. Someone shouted. A human expert with shocking battle prowess that wasn't weaker than the true dragon charged forward with all his might, but he was attacked by 2 experts of the same level. He was beaten until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was forced to retreat. Don't even think about escaping. Today all of you will be annihilated. A burly member of the evil god race spoke coldly. These evil god tribe members were all purple-scaled aristocrats of the evil god tribe, and their battle prowess was astonishing. The experts of the Heaven Realm were in danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh! He was like a beam of light, flying over from the distance, alarming everyone. There is only one person from the heaven realm, and he is a 5-star Void Emperor. The evil god tribe's powerhouses relaxed when they sensed Lu Ming's cultivation base. As for the heaven realm's side, they all revealed looks of disappointment. "Little brother, quickly go, leave this place," someone shouted loudly. He did not want to see Lu Ming coming to his death. "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. I'll send him on his way." An evil god tribe member who was equivalent to a 6-star illusionary emperor wielded a battle axe and charged toward Lu Ming. Buzz! He swung his axe at Lu Ming. A combat sword was formed in Lu Ming's hand. Divine Power Death Sword. However, it was only made up of 7 types of laws. Lu Ming did not add the laws of chaos. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, the power that he could unleash was shocking. A beam of sword light slashed out and destroyed the evil god tribe member's attack. His body, along with his battle axe, was split into 2 by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the world energy to sweep up the evil god tribe member's crystal core. Entering the battlefield of true emperors, he had killed a 6-star illusionary emperor of the evil god tribe with a single sword strike. After killing the evil god, Lu Ming continued to move forward with a fiery look in his eyes. There were a total of more than 50 evil god tribe members who were 6-star illusionary emperors and above. These crystal cores should be able to be exchanged for many treasures. This kid has some strength. Send a few more people and kill him. Some of the evil god tribe 1's experts roared in rage. "Kill! B0X! Calm kill!" Instantly 6 members of the evil god race charged toward Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 7-star Void Emperors and 2 6-star Void Emperors. When the 6 of them attacked at the same time, the power was astonishing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The evil god race's third eye shone with a brilliant light, and 6 beams of destructive light shot out toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and immediately dispersed the 6 beams of destructive light. He then used the 6-feathered divine wings. With a flap of the wings, his body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. It was as if he had penetrated through space and appeared in front of the 6 members of the evil god race in an instant. The sword of death grew rapidly, becoming dozens of meters long, and slashed horizontally. 3 members of the evil god race were sliced into 2 by the sword light, and the destructive power in all directions completely wiped out the life force of the evil god race. The remaining 3 members of our evil god race turned pale with fright. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his sword again, and the remaining 3 members of the evil god race died as well. With a sweep of his world energy, he collected the crystal cores of the 6 evil god tribe members. The evil god race and heaven realm experts who were in the midst of a great battle were all stunned. Even their great battle had stopped. Those were 2 7-star Void Emperors and 4 6-star Void Emperors. Together, their battle strength was absolutely astonishing. Not many living beings could resist the Void Emperor realm. However, 6 such experts were like cabbages in front of Lu Ming. They were easily cut and killed. They finally understood that a terrifying expert had arrived. Otherwise, a 5-star Void Emperor would not have dared to rush over upon seeing so many experts. As for Archie living beings of the heaven realm, they were ecstatic. They were already in danger and could have been wiped out by the evil god race and died here. This kind of example would often happen on this battlefield. However, Lu Ming's appearance gave them hope. Kill! After killing the 6 experts of the evil god tribe, Lu Ming did not stop. He flapped his 6-feathered divine wings and charged toward the evil god tribe. Lu Ming was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He destroyed everything like rotten wood. With every slash of his sword, at least 1 evil god tribe member was killed. Regardless of whether they were 6-star or 7-star illusionary emperors, as long as they were illusionary emperors, they were all the same in front of Lu Ming. They would be killed in one strike. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 evil god race members. Including the ones he had just killed, he had killed more than 20 of them in less than a minute. The evil god tribe's army of over 50 members was reduced to over 30 in an instant. Retreat, retreat! The evil god race was panicking. They understood that they had encountered a terrifying genius. Facing such a genius, they had no way of fighting back and could only escape. Don't let them go. Kill. The living beings of the heaven realm were all roused up as they roared one after another. Disregarding their injuries, they charged towards the evil god race with all their might, tying them down and not allowing them to escape. Get lost. Get lost. The evil god tribe members panicked and charged wildly. However, most of them were still killed by Lu Ming. Only a few managed to escape. However, their speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming cast the six-feathered divine wings, and his figure flickered non-stop. He caught up with the evil god tribe members who had escaped and killed them one by one. They then returned and charged towards the evil god race that were being held back by the heaven realm beings. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Not long after, the entire evil god race was killed, and not a single one was left. More than 50 members of the evil god tribe, all of whom were 6-star illusionary Thearchs and above, had fallen here. The living beings of the heaven realm felt like they were in a dream. In the beginning, they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Then they were besieged. Many people thought that they were doomed today. However, the arrival of Lu Ming and the release of Archie Strength King's raging waves had completely reversed the situation. Many thanks, little brother. How should I address you? The true dragon turned into a middle-aged man and walked over to Lu Ming to thank him. The others also came over to thank him. My name is Lu Ming. You don't have to stand on ceremony. I'm just passing by. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming who became an emperor with many laws? It must be him. Otherwise, who else would have such combat strength? Upon hearing Lu Ming's name, the living beings in Arch Heaven realm were filled with respect. During this period of time, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the heaven realm. Many experts in Two World City had also heard of his name. To be able to control 9 types of nomological laws before becoming a sovereign, and even 3 of them were supreme laws, was something that had never happened before. Most importantly, he had become an emperor, breaking the truth and creating a legend. It would be difficult for him not to be famous. The heaven realm being finally came to his senses after hearing Lu Ming's name. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength was so amazing. If it was that Lu Ming, then it would nor be strange. Everyone, farewell. Lu Ming smiled and left without saying anything. Just now Lu Ming had taken away the evil god tribe's crystal cores and storage bracelets without any hesitation. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the core area and killed some top-notch illusionary Thearchs of the evil god tribe. It's too easy for me on this illusionary divine battlefield. There's no opponent at all. In this way, it won't have the slightest tempering effect. Lu Ming started to think. The most important thing for him to do after entering the battlefield was to temper himself and strive to raise his other nomological laws to Ari's second realm. However, on Arch battlefield of the illusionary Thearch, no one was his match. He had decided to enter the battlefield of true emperors. The battlefield of true emperors was definitely filled with experts. That was the place where he could temper himself. At the thought of this, Lu Ming did not stop and flew toward the battlefield of the true emperors. The true emperor battlefield was close to the illusionary emperor battlefield, but its area was much larger. The battlefield of true emperors was undoubtedly more dangerous. Those who could cultivate and kill in the battlefield of true emperors were all experts among them. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Along the way, he encountered 2 groups of evil god race members who wanted to attack him but were killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the battlefield of true emperors. At this point, Lu Ming no longer dared to swagger around like he did on the battlefield of Arya illusionary Thearch. Lu Ming concealed his aura, landed on the ground and advanced carefully. Lu Ming did not plan to enter the core area of the battlefield of true emperors. Instead, he planned to train in the outer area. The battlefield was very quiet, and not a single figure could be seen. On the battlefield, ordinary people didn't dare to fly because that would be too big of a target. It was an act of courting death, unless it was a terrifying existence. Lu Ming ran carefully. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense and kept an eye on his surroundings. Boom! All of a sudden, the rock beneath Lu Ming's feet cracked open and a huge claw swiped at him. Chapter 2264 Encountering a Powerful Enemy. A huge hand the size of a water tank, covered in purple scales, grabbed at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the critical moment, Lu Ming reacted. He stomped his foot and a violent force burst out, clashing with the huge hand. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Lu Ming's body was blasted high into the sky like a cannonball. He felt a sharp pain coming from his feet and it was almost split open. B0XO. Come, what powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. When he collided with the claw just now, Lu Ming could feel that the strength of the claw was beyond shocking and far above his. Circulating the indestructible ancient scroll, the injuries on his feet quickly healed. Boom! On the ground, gravel flew everywhere as a burly member of the evil god race appeared. The evil god was covered in purple scales and had an unusually burly figure. He was 4 meters tall and held a thick iron rod as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. Bang! The evil god race member stomped heavily, causing the rocks on the ground to crack. He then soared into the sky, raised his metal rod, and smashed it toward Lu Ming. The iron rod grew rapidly like a mountain range, pressing down on Lu Ming. The void kept exploding, stirring up endless space storms. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hold back at all. He exerted his cultivation to the extreme. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the divine power infinite dragon spear. It contained 9 nomological laws. The power of the world gushed into the infinite dragon spear in a frenzy. Lu Ming swept his spear out as well, turning it into a shocking spear radiance that collided with the iron rod. Boom! The void rippled like water, and then exploded continuously, stretching for thousands of miles. Then a figure was sent flying. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's arm was covered in cracks, looking extremely ferocious. This was due to the conflicting laws. However, more importantly, the terrifying power of the other party surged over and injured Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength and cast the divine ability composed of 9 types of laws, he was still no match for the other party. He was sent flying and injured by the other party. One must know that when Lu Ming attacked, he had already activated the inextinguishable golden body. His entire Bodhi's defensive power was astonishing, but he was still injured. It was clear how powerful the other party's skills were. The power that the evil god race cultivates is so strange. It's not a law, but its offensive power is extremely shocking. Can even break through laws. Lu Ming frowned. He sensed that the evil god race's cultivation was rather similar to the ancient cultivation system. For example, the power cultivated by the immemorial demonic Tao, and the immemorial demonic Tao was extremely pure, and its power was terrifying. An illusionary divine actually managed to block one of my moves and not die. The evil god tribe member's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This person must be a peerless heaven's favorite from the heaven realm. He must be killed. Then he became excited, and a ferocious killing intent emanated from him. He took a step in the air and charged toward Lu Ming again. Kill! Lu Ming did not back down and charged at the other party. Although the other party's combat strength was stronger than his, it was not too ridiculous that he could not kill him in one move. Lu Ming was not afraid as long as he could not kill him in one move. He had the indestructible ancient scroll. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll, and the injuries he had just suffered had already healed. Lu Ming was still in his peak condition. Lu Ming circulated the 9 types of laws, his physical strength, and the world energy to the extreme. He waved the infinite dragon spear and fought with his opponent. Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive moves, Lu Ming was sent flying again. The bones in his body made a cracking sound and blood seeped out of his mouth. However, his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a breath's time, he had recovered more than half of his injuries. This was the terrifying aspect of the indestructible ancient scroll. Its recovery effect was not something that a single life law could compare to. Again, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Pressure. He finally felt the pressure. On the battlefield of the empty emperor, it was impossible to have such a thing. The battlefield of the true emperor was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he entered, he encountered such a terrifying opponent. However, this was also the best training target for Lu Ming to do his best in the battle. Lu Ming held the long spear and rushed toward the other party. The two of them continued to fight. In terms of attack power, Lu Ming was no match for him. Every time he was blasted away and injured by the other party, he could heal quickly at an alarming speed. "Monster, this monster!" The evil god tribe members roared, and their eyes were filled with fear. "Kill!" Lu Ming let out a long hiss. His aura was like a rainbow as he continuously charged at his opponent, as if he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a fatal danger. Bang! The ground exploded and a figure charged out at an astonishing speed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a few black lights slashed at Lu Ming's head at an even more terrifying speed. They were sharp blades that could easily cut through space. Danger! Extreme danger! A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At the critical moment, he waved the infinite dragon spear and blocked the two sharp blades. Bang! The sharp blade hit the infinite dragon spear and made an ear-piercing sound. The infinite dragon spear was completely formed by the power of the world and 9 types of laws. However, at this moment, the laws shook and were cut by the sharp blade, almost cutting the infinite dragon spear in two. Fortunately, the 2 blades were blocked. However, there was still a third one. Yes, there was a third blade that was aimed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 6-feathered divine wings and retreated quickly. Blood splattered in all directions. Although Lu Ming had avoided being hit in his vital parts, his chest was still cut by the sharp blade. A deep wound appeared and blood flowed freely. His body was almost cut in half. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scroll. The wound squirmed rapidly and sealed itself automatically, healing rapidly. At this moment Lu Ming finally saw the evil god race that had attacked him. This evil god race member had an extremely peculiar appearance. He was very different from the evil god race that Lu Ming had seen in the past. Although this evil god tribe member was covered in purple scales, he was extremely small and was only about a meter tall. However, the most peculiar thing about him was that he actually had 4 arms. It had 4 arms, each holding a sharp blade. There was also a third eye on the forehead of this evil god tribe member. What kind of evil god tribe is this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he had never seen such an evil god tribe member. An illusionary divine is actually so difficult to deal with. He is definitely a rare heaven's favorite. He must be killed. A cruel look appeared in the eyes of the thin and small evil god race member. His body trembled and he disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger from behind. Without a second thought, Lu Ming activated his 6-feathered divine wings. His transparent wings flapped rapidly and he dodged the attack. However, a huge iron rod came crashing down on Lu Ming. The powerful force was so strong that Lu Ming could not breathe. It was another member of the evil god tribe who made a move. He aimed at Lu Ming's retreating path and launched a move. The division of True Emperor Realm's combat strength. Lu Ming was surrounded by 2 members of the evil god race, and could not dodge in time. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his infinite dragon spear and blocked in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's arm cracked and his bones broke. A terrifying force came pressing down on him, sending him flying and coughing up blood. At the same time, the thin and small evil god race member attacked again and charged toward Lu Ming. B0XO. Calm. Lu Ming roared and dodged with all his might. At the same time, he activated the inextinguishable golden body, and his body became as hard as a divine weapon. However, the other party's sharp blade slashed at Lu Ming's body, and the inextinguishable golden body was still broken. A few deep wounds appeared and touched the bone armor. If he didn't have the imperishable golden body, his body would have been cut in half. Damn it, why is this brat so hard to kill? Kill. The thin and small evil god continued to roar. His 4 arms and 4 sharp blades kept swinging out, launching a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other member of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming. The 2 of them attacked and Lu Ming was in danger. Lu Ming used all his strength, constantly dodging and occasionally retaliating. However, he was still constantly injured. There were a few times when he was almost beheaded. Fortunately, he had the indestructible ancient scroll, which allowed his injuries to recover quickly. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, he couldn't continue like this. He was still no match for the other party and would be killed by him long ago. One of the opponents was powerful while the other was astonishingly fast. Both of them were more powerful than Lu Ming. Lu Ming began to consider if he should use the fallen star bow. Right at this moment, not far away, a streak of rainbow light whizzed over. Speed was extremely shocking. Human. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming saw that it was a white-haired old man, who was charging straight towards their battlefield. Whoosh! From a distance, the old man slashed out a sword light toward that thin and small evil god race member. That thin and small evil god race member brandished his 4 sharp blades to block, clashing with the sword light. With a few explosions, the body of the small evil god race member trembled violently and was sent flying. At this moment, the white-haired old man had already arrived. He held a long sword in his hand, and an ice-cold sword light burst forth, pouring down toward the thin and small evil god race member. This old man's strength was shocking, and it was even above that of the small evil god race member. Instantly, the small evil god race member was unable to retaliate and could only defend. With only the burly evil god left, Lu Ming's pressure was greatly reduced. Buzz! Lu Ming waved his infinite dragon spear and charged toward the burly evil god. Although he was no match for the burly evil god tribe, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all and launched a frenzied attack. Even if the other party's attack landed on Lu Ming, as long as it was not an instant kill, Lu Ming was not afraid. In the beginning of the fierce battle between the two, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. However, as time passed, he began to turn the tables. He didn't care about defense. Even if he was injured, he could recover quickly. However, the other party couldn't do it. He had to divert his attention to defense. After a long battle, his energy consumption was very heavy. Slowly, Lu Ming actually gained the upper hand and was suppressed instead. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes became extremely bright. In a life-and-death battle, one's potential could be stimulated the most, and one's comprehension of nomological laws was the deepest. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the Array Dao law and the death law had reached a limit. He was about to touch the window to a breakthrough. He was so close. As long as he could break through the paper window, Lu Ming would be able to break through. Oh! At this time a scream was heard. That small evil god race member was no match for the white-haired old man, and was killed by him with a sword. The skinny evil god was killed, and the muscular evil god was shocked. He was in a state of confusion as he was stabbed by Lu Ming's spear, and a hole appeared on his body. The evil god race member didn't care about his injuries and turned around to run. He knew that he was no match for them. If he didn't run, he would die. He ran in the other direction of the white-haired old man. He was running at an amazing speed. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The fallen star bow appeared. He pulled the bowstring and a 9-colored arrow flew out. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the fallen star bow was even more shocking. The arrow flew through the air. The muscular evil god race member wanted to block it, but he was heavily injured and could not block it at all. His head was shot through and his brain exploded like a watermelon. 2 members of the evil god race had fallen. Haha! Amazing, truly amazing. The white-haired elder laughed and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 5-star illusionary emperor stage, but his combat strength was shockingly powerful, which shocked him greatly. Thank you for your help, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Haha, you don't have to thank me. With your strength, even if I didn't do anything, you would be fine. You're only a 5-star void emperor, but you're actually able to fight against a 5th-stage true emperor. This really surprised me. 5th-stage true emperor? Lu Ming had a puzzled look. Little brother, you don't know how true emperors are ranked? The white-haired old man was surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. He really did not know. You don't know the true emperor's combat strength and you dare to come to the battlefield of true emperors. The white-haired old man was speechless. He continued, little brother, let's take the crystal core first and then leave this place. I'm afraid that the battle just now will attract others. Alright, Lu Ming flew toward the burly evil god and put away his storage bracelet and crystal core. The white-haired old man then kept the evil god race's storage bracelet and crystal core. Then the two of them left the place. Not long after, they appeared in a hidden cave. On the way, Lu Ming found out that the old man's name was Bai Tai. Lu Ming also told him his name. However, the old man had never heard of Lu Ming's name. This was because he had been killing alien races on the battlefield and had not gone out. Senior White, I wonder how the true Emperor realm's battle strength is divided? Lu Ming asked again. Previously, he had heard Bai Tai say that he had the battle power of a stage 5 true emperor and not a few-star true emperor. He was very curious. The true emperor realm is a very complicated realm. In terms of cultivation, it's usually 1 to 7 stars. However, there's a huge difference in battle strength, and that's because of the laws. In the true emperor realm, laws determine one's combat power. Cultivation isn't that important. For example, a 7-star true emperor only has 3 to 4 types of second realm laws, while a 1-star true emperor has 9 types of third realm laws. So, who do you think is stronger? Bai Tai explained and then asked. Naturally, the one who controls 9 types of third-level laws is stronger. Lu Ming said. That's right. That's why in the true emperor realm, although cultivation can also determine one's combat power, it's not that important. Nomological laws have a greater influence on combat power. However, the gap in the laws of the true emperor realm is too big. As everyone knows, as long as one's cultivation reaches the peak of the void emperor realm and has cultivated 3 types of nomological laws to the second realm, one can break through to the true emperor realm and become a 1-star true emperor. However, this is the weakest 1-star true emperor, who is only at the second realm of 3 types of nomological laws. If you want to become a great emperor, you have to cultivate the 9 types of laws to the third realm. Some peak true emperor laws can control 9 types of third realm laws, 3 types of second level, 9 types of third level, and each level has a different level of maturity. What's the difference between them? Bai Tai explained in detail. Chapter 2267 Joining hands. Lu Ming touched his nose. He understood that there was a huge difference between them. 3 types of second realm, 9 types of third realm. This difference was truly shocking. The weakest true emperor has a 1-star cultivation and can control 3 types of second realm laws. A peak true emperor has a 7-star cultivation and can control 9 types of third realm laws. The difference in strength is too shocking. It's impossible to accurately distinguish a true emperor's battle strength by just relying on 1-star, 2-star and 3-star. Therefore, in ancient times, our ancestors made a more detailed division of the true emperor realm, which is the division of combat strength. According to combat strength, the true emperor realm is divided into 18 levels. This is the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor. B0XO. Bai Tai explained. Lu Ming finally understood. The true emperor has actually divided his battle strength into 18 ranks. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. For example, those who have just broken through to the true emperor realm and can only control 3 types of second realm laws are the weakest stage 1 true emperor. Of course, there are strong and weak people at the same stage. Some people can control the strongest law, some can control the king path law, and some can control the ordinary law. There are also magical powers that affect one's combat power. Furthermore, those who have mastered 3 types of second level laws and 1 or 2 types of first level laws would also have the combat power of a first stage true emperor. Similarly, those who can control 4 to 5 types of second realm laws and have cultivation base of a 1-star true emperor would have the battle power of a second stage true emperor. In short, the division is very complicated. One can't explain it in a few words. 111 give you a jade talisman with a detailed division of the true emperor realm's combat strength. Take a look. Bai Tai took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior White. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He read it carefully. After a while, Lu Ming put down the jade talisman. He had finally understood the combat strength of the true emperor realm. At the true emperor realm, nomological laws affected one's combat power the most. However, cultivation, which was also the power of the world, the strength of the physical body, and divine arts, could also affect one's combat power. Therefore, the total combat strength was divided into 18 levels. The two members of the evil god race that they had killed previously had the combat power of a 5th-stage true emperor. After some comparison, Ming estimated that he had the combat power of a 4th-stage true emperor. Although Ming's cultivation level was only at the 5-star illusionary emperor stage, his physical body was very strong, which could make up for the lack of cultivation level. On the other hand, Ming controlled 9 types of laws. However, 3 of them were ultimate laws. If they were transformed into divine abilities, the attack power would be extremely shocking. In addition, his chaos laws had already reached the 2nd realm. That was why he had the combat power of a 4th-stage true emperor. It was already extremely shocking. In history, there had never been a 5-star illusionary emperor who had reached the battle strength of a 4th-stage true emperor. The strongest one was only equivalent to a 1st-stage true emperor. However, Ming also understood that although his combat strength was only at the 4th stage of the true emperor realm, with the help of the indestructible ancient scroll, Ming could fight against a 5th-stage true emperor. He could even exhaust his opponent to death. The previous battle was enough to prove this. My battle power is at the 7th-stage true emperor realm. Bai Tai informed. Ming nodded. It was no wonder that the other party could easily kill an evil god race member who had the combat power of a 5th-stage true emperor. Ming, in the battlefield of true emperors, only the strong would dare to enter. Usually, the weakest would have the combat power of a 4th-stage true emperor. The weaker ones would not dare to enter, as they would be easily killed. Bai Tai said. Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that his combat strength was the weakest in the battlefield of true emperors. However, Ming was not worried. On the contrary, it would stimulate his fighting spirit even more. Only in such an environment would he be able to break through faster. In the previous battle, Ming had sensed that he would soon make a breakthrough in the Death Law and the Array Dao Law. Moreover, Ming had many trump cards, such as the Fallen Star Bao and the Celestial Thearch's physical body. If he were to encounter a perverted true emperor, he would have no worries about protecting himself. Ming, why don't the two of us join forces and hunt down the evil god tribe together? What do you think? Bai Tai suggested. All right. Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. First of all, he felt that Bai Tai was a good person and didn't seem like a sinister person. Furthermore, he was indeed very unfamiliar with the true emperor battlefield. It would be better for him to work with Bai Tai to hunt down the evil god race. All right. However, the periphery of the true emperor battlefield is also extremely dangerous. There are many experts and we can't just barge in. Let's find a place to set up an ambush first, and see if we can ambush the evil god tribe. Ming had no objections to Bai Tai's suggestion. The two of them left the place and found a hidden place. Bai Tai took out a piece of black cloth and covered the two of them. Suddenly, they became one with the rocks around them. The color was exactly the same and it was impossible to tell. Moreover, this cloth had the ability to conceal one's aura. If one didn't get close, one wouldn't be able to detect it. Ming was secretly amazed. It seemed that those who were active on the battlefield all year round had unique tricks. The two of them waited. In the first 2 days there was no movement at all. They didn't see any alien races or even any living beings from the heaven realm. It wasn't until the 3rd day that there was some movement. They're here. Bai Tai's eyes brightened as he looked to the north. Ming looked over as well and saw 3 figures traveling on the ground. They were not fast and they were very secretive. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell. They were from the evil god tribe. 2 of them were from the evil god race, and one of them was skinny and had 4 arms. The 3 members of the evil god race were extremely careful as they surveyed their surroundings in case they were ambushed. Senior, should we make a move? Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Tai. Attack but don't rush out rashly. We need a plan. Bai Tai said. It was very difficult to judge the strength of a true emperor's combat power without fighting. The true emperor realm was different from the other realms. For other realms, one could more or less judge it based on the strength of one's cultivation, but it was hard to say for the true emperor realm. Some people's cultivation levels were low, but their nomological laws were shockingly strong, so their battle prowess was naturally also shocking. Thus, in the battlefield of true emperors, luck was sometimes very important. For example, if you were to ambush someone, and if you were unlucky and met with an existence with terrifying combat strength, You could only admit that you were unlucky. Therefore, it was difficult for them to determine the strength of the 3 evil god tribe members. If it was in the past, Bai Tai wouldn't have attacked them because it was too risky. But now he decided to attack. How about this? You don't attack first. I'll attack first and test the other party's combat strength. If the other party's combat strength is stronger than mine, you can use that bow and arrow to suppress the other party. Well, retreat. If the enemy's combat strength is within our ability to deal with, we will attack together and kill them. Bai Tai suggested. Senior, won't you be in danger if you do this? Lu Ming said, feeling touched. He understood that Bai Tai was trying to protect him. If the other party's combat strength was too terrifying and far above them, Bai Tai would be in danger if he rushed out. However, Lu Ming would at least survive. On the battlefield, how can there be no danger at all? Bai Tai smiled. Chapter 2267 Consecutive Breakthroughs in Laws. They waited for a while longer. When the 3 members of the evil god race were close enough, Bai Tai made his move. Whoosh! Bai Tai seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. He became one with the sword and pierced through the void. He charged out and aimed at the vital point of a burly evil god. There's an ambush, kill! One of the evil god race members shouted. The evil god race member who had been ambushed by Bai Tai took out a battle axe and slashed at Bai Tai. B0XO. Come whoosh. Whoosh. At the critical moment, Bai Tai's sword changed its momentum. The original sword light split into 8 sword lights and attacked the other party. Although the other party had blocked 6 of the sword lights, 2 of them still landed on his body. Bang! The evil god tribe member was sent flying, and his body was almost sliced into a few pieces. His scales flew in all directions, and 2 deep wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow out. It's equivalent to a 6th-stage true emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He determined the combat strength of the evil god tribe member, who had been injured by Bai Tai. Die! Bai Tai wanted to kill this member of the evil god race in one go. However, the other 2 members of the evil god race had already made their move and were charging towards Bai Tai. The 2 members of the evil god tribe had astonishing combat strength. Bai Tai did not dare to be careless and could only stop defending. The 3 of them exchanged a few blows, and Bai Tai was sent flying. Kill! Kill! The 2 members of the evil god race charged toward Bai Tai. Bai Tai unleashed his full power and fought with them. For a moment he was at a disadvantage. A 7th-stage true emperor and a 6th-stage true emperor. Lu Ming estimated the combat strength of the 2 remaining evil god tribe members. One of them had the same combat strength as Bai Tai. With the 2 of them working together, Bai Tai was at a disadvantage. However, Bai Tai was focused on defense, so he would not be defeated for the time being. At this moment, the injured member of the evil god race struggled to his feet. With a ferocious look on his face, he charged toward Bai Tai. A 6th-stage true emperor, I'd like to try. Lu Ming revealed a trace of fighting spirit and rushed over. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hands. 9 types of laws were intertwined inside. Buzz! He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the injured evil god tribe member. Void Emperor! Sensing Lu Ming's aura, the evil god tribe member was stunned for a moment. Then he revealed a ferocious killing intent and said, "An illusionary divine dares to attack me? Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, a destructive light burst out of his third eye. The destructive light turned into a combat sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming flicked his long spear and it collided with the combat sword. With a clang, the combat sword was sent flying. Lu Ming's body froze for a moment before he continued to charge forward. So strong! The evil god race was shocked. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming was merely an illusionary, Thearch. No matter how strong his combat strength was, he could solve the problem with one move. However, Lu Ming could actually send his attack flying with one move. He was shocked beyond words. Genius, he's definitely a peerless genius. Kill him. The injured evil god tribe member's eyes burned with passion. He held a battle axe and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all as he charged towards the other party. Bang! The 2 of them collided and a terrifying force gushed out from the battle axe. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. His arms were full of wounds, but under the effect of the indestructible ancient scroll, they quickly healed. Kill! Lu Ming's figure stopped for a moment before he charged at the other party. Brat, die! The evil god tribe members roared in rage and unleashed their terrifying attacks. The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Lu Ming was no match for him. He was hit by the other party's destructive light and a wound appeared on his body. However, the muscles on the wound quickly wriggled and healed at an astonishing speed. What a powerful force! As expected of a sixth-stage true emperor. Fortunately, the other party is injured. Lu Ming pondered. If he was at his peak, Lu Ming would be in danger even if he had the indestructible ancient scroll. However, he had just been injured by Bai Tai's sneak attack, and his combat power had been greatly reduced. At most, he was only slightly stronger than a fifth-stage true emperor. Lu Ming could still withstand such combat strength. Kill! Lu Ming did not care about his injuries and charged at the other party. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage and was constantly injured by his opponent. However, under the effect of the indestructible ancient scroll, he would recover very quickly. Even if he were to fight, his injuries would heal quickly. Monster, this monster! The evil god tribe members revealed a look of fear. Lu Ming was like an unkillable monster. Death law, Ray Dao law, breakthrough for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In the fierce battle, Lu Ming once again saw the aura of a breakthrough. The 9 types of laws were being circulated to the extreme by Lu Ming. Boom! All of a sudden, Lu Ming's strength increased by a notch and he swept away the other party's attack with one move. I've broken through. It's Array Dao laws. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His Array Dao laws had finally broken through to the second realm. Lu Ming's Array Dao had broken through to the second realm. His combat strength had undoubtedly increased by a few points. Buzz! Buzz! Rays of spear radiance pierced towards the other party. He actually broke through? So what if he broke through? He's still going to die. Kill, kill, kill. The evil god tribe's expert was enraged. He disregarded his injuries and unleashed a storm of attacks. Lu Ming tried his best to fight against the other party. Although he was still at a disadvantage, his situation was better than before. Law of death, law of death. Lu Ming was fully focused, trying to break through the bottleneck of the death rule. After another 10 or so moves, an extremely powerful aura of death suddenly emanated from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's strength increased by a large margin. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the evil god race. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, it was the evil god race that was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. The law of death breakthrough. Lu Ming's death rule had officially reached the second realm. The death law was an ultimate law and could not be compared to the Array Dao law. With the breakthrough and the fusion with the chaos law, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's ability started to suppress the other party. How is that possible? The other party roared in disbelief. To be able to achieve consecutive breakthroughs in the middle of a battle with him? How could there be such a person? This talent was a little too monstrous. Kill! Lu Ming's combat strength and confidence soared. He began to counterattack and his attacks were wild. Whoosh! 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 The spear's light enveloped the entire body of the evil god race. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the evil god tribe member's body, bringing with it a long stream of blood. If the evil god tribe was at its peak, it would still be stronger than the current Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had broken through 2 types of laws in a row and his combat strength had increased greatly, his combat strength did not rise to the combat strength of a 6th-stage true emperor all at once. It was probably at the peak of the 5th-stage true emperor and was still weaker than his opponent. However, he was injured by Bai Tai and had been fighting with Lu Ming for a long time. His combat strength had weakened and was now weaker than Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm, charging towards his opponent. He completely ignored his own defense, and the other party was even more outmatched. After more than 10 moves, half of his body was shattered by Lu Ming. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. 2 years, a huge increase in strength, come and save me. The evil god race member roared and called for the others to come and save him. One of the evil god race members who was fighting Bai Tai had the combat power of a rank 6 true emperor. He abandoned Bai Tai and charged toward Lu Ming. The other evil god race member with the combat power of a rank 7 true emperor continued to fight Bai Tai. Buzz! Buzz! The evil god race member that was charging toward Lu Ming was thin and small. He had 4 arms and was extremely fast. He flashed in the void and charged toward Lu Ming. B0XO. Calm Lu Ming immediately took out the fallen star bow. Lu Ming had achieved his goal in this battle. There was no need to delay any further. With the breakthrough in Lu Ming's laws, the power of the fallen star bow had become stronger. Zhao Fu sent his law power and world power into the fallen star bow, and an arrow that gave off 9 colors shot out like a comet. What? The small evil god race member was shocked. He waved his 4 arms continuously, and the 4 sharp blades slashed out in an attempt to block the 9-colored arrow. Buzz! 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 With 4 consecutive explosions, the 4 sharp blades of the thin evil god race member were knocked away. His body trembled violently as he retreated. Although he managed to block a portion of the arrow's power, he didn't block it completely. The arrow didn't stop and continued to shoot. The thin evil god race member was directly pierced through by the arrow, leaving a huge hole in his body. The destructive power of the arrow had already wiped out his life force. Currently, Lu Ming's combat strength had already reached the peak of a 5th-stage true emperor. It was not difficult for him to shoot a 6th-stage true emperor to death with the fallen star bow. At the sight of this, the evil god tribe member who was injured by Lu Ming earlier was almost scared to death. Kill! Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and charged at him. This time he did not spend much effort to kill the other party. At this moment, the evil god tribe member who was fighting with Bai Tai was shocked. It was simply unbelievable. 2 6th-stage true emperor experts from the evil god race were actually no match for a void emperor and were killed by him. He almost thought that he was dreaming. Distracted, he was hit by Bai Tai's move and was sent flying, spitting out blood. Bai Tai would not let go of such an opportunity, and took the opportunity to launch a storm of attacks. Bang! The evil god tribe member tried his best to attack before turning around to escape. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot it. Boom! The evil god race member was pierced by an arrow and was on the verge of death. Bai Tai, who had rushed over, seized the opportunity and killed him with a single sword strike. All 3 members of the evil god race had been killed. The 2 of them kept the evil god race's storage bracelets and crystal cores and left the area. They hid in another secret place and checked their spoils. In this battle, Lu Ming had obtained 2 storage bracelets. In addition to the previous storage bracelets, Lu Ming checked them one by one. The world core. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found 5 pieces of the world core in his storage bracelet. Generally speaking, only true Emperor Realm experts with stable small worlds could obtain the complete world core after killing them. After the evil god tribe killed the true Emperor from the Heaven Realm, they returned with the world core to receive their reward. The realm core was very useful to the beings in the Heaven Realm. As long as the nomological laws on the world core were removed, the energy of the world core could be directly absorbed and refined. It could be used to condense a small world and improve cultivation. Of course, if the other party's world core's nomological laws were exactly the same as your own, then congratulations, the effect would be even greater. However, the higher-ups of Two World City had a rule that on the battlefield, people from the Heaven Realm were not allowed to kill each other. Therefore, if they wanted to obtain the world core, they could only do so from the evil god tribe. The evil god race would hunt down Heaven Realm experts and obtain the world core. As long as they killed the evil god race, they would be able to obtain the world core. He took out the world core and put it away. He checked the other things and put them away. Lu Ming, these 3 world cores are for you. At this moment, Bai Tai had also finished counting. He took out 3 pieces of the world core and handed them to Lu Ming. Senior, you. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Take it. You're so young and have unparalleled talent. Your future is limitless. Indifferent. I've used up all my potential. It'll be very difficult for me to improve. I'll just keep some for myself. I might as well give you the resources. Bai Tai smiled. Senior, how can this be? Lu Ming refused. Take it. My ancestors were from the Heng Yu Heavenly Region. When the Heng Yu Heavenly Region was invaded by the alien races, my ancestors fled to the Thearch Heavenly Region. For so many years, the Bai family has been fighting the alien races in Two World City. Almost all of our ancestors died in the battle. The purpose of my life is to hunt the alien races. However, with my talent, my achievements are limited. The number of alien races I can kill is also limited. In the future, I'll still have to rely on a genius with endless potential like you. Take it, Bai Tai said. Looking at the old man's sincere and expectant eyes, Lu Ming could not refuse and accepted the 3 world cores. After that, they set up an ambush here. However, it was a pity that they did not see a single member of the evil god race for 3 consecutive days. Lu Ming simply took out a piece of the world core and started refining it. The surging energy was refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's small world. His world power was increasing rapidly. These world cores were left behind by low-level true emperors. Their energy was limited and it was impossible for Lu Ming to improve by leaps and bounds. However, the speed of his improvement was very shocking. Lu Ming's cultivation level was rapidly advancing towards the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor stage. In the next half a month, Lu Ming refined 5 pieces of the world core. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor stage. For the past half a month, they had not encountered a single member of the evil god race. The 2 of them planned to leave this place and set up an ambush elsewhere. The 2 of them concealed their auras and ran carefully. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the evil god tribe a few hours later. This time the opponents were very powerful. There were 3 7th-stage true emperor powerhouses. Lu Ming took out the fallen star Bao immediately and killed one of them. The other 2 escaped. In this battle, Bai Tai was seriously injured. They found a hidden place and Bai Tai healed himself. After Bai Tai's injuries recovered, they continued to hunt down the evil god race. In the following days, Lu Ming was on the true emperor battlefield. Together with Bai Tai, they continued to hunt and be hunted. Every once in a while, they would encounter a huge battle. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been fighting in the battlefield of the true emperors for almost 2 years. In the past 2 years, Lu Ming had experienced 56 battles. There were a few times when he almost died and was almost forced to use the celestial Thearch's physical body. The rewards he received from dozens of life and death battles were shocking. Lu Ming improved very quickly. The law of devouring, the law of extremity, the law of craftsmanship, and the law of alchemy had all reached the 2nd realm. Only the life law and the penetration law had not broken through. However, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon and he could break through at any time. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 6-star illusionary emperor stage. He was just a step away from breaking through to the 7-star illusionary emperor stage. 7-star void emperor Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased dramatically. Now, his combat strength had already surpassed Bai Tai's. In addition to the indestructible ancient scroll's abnormal recovery ability, his combat strength was already considered the top in the periphery of the battlefield of true emperors. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest were planning to return to Two World City. In the past 2 years, he had fought dozens of battles in the true emperor battlefield. He was on edge every day, and needed to go back to Two World City to relax and recuperate. The 2 of them concealed their auras and returned to Two World City after a few days. Lu Ming and Bai Tai parted ways after they returned to Two World City. B0XO. I'm going to exchange for resources. The first thing that Lu Ming wanted to do was to exchange for resources. After that, he would rest for 2 days before going to some cultivation holy lands to cultivate. Lu Ming walked toward the treasure exchange area. Not long after, he arrived at a magnificent hall. He walked into the hall and came to a counter. "Little brother, do you need any help?" A burly man in his 50s looked at Lu Ming with a smile. "Senior, I would like to use the alien race's crystal cores to exchange for treasures," Lu Ming said. "What treasure do you want to exchange for?" the burly man asked. "Chaos gem," Lu Ming said. His goal was the Stone of Chaos. The other treasures were of little use to him. Only the Chaos Chi and the Chaos Gem could help him increase his cultivation and even sense the Chaos laws. "You want to exchange for Chaos Gems?" Little brother, it's not that easy to exchange for stones of chaos. You need a large number of alien race crystal cores. One have a list here that records the alien race crystal cores needed for various treasures. Take a look. The burly man handed Lu Ming a list. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. Inside was a dense list, recording the alien essence crystals needed to exchange for various treasures. Lu Ming ignored everything else and found the chaos gem. He was dumbfounded when he took a look. You need this much? Lu Ming was really speechless. The number of alien crystal cores required to exchange for chaos stones was too high. Lu Ming estimated that the alien crystal cores he had obtained in the past 2 years could only be exchanged for 3 chaos stones. One had to know that in the past 2 years, he had experienced dozens of battles and gained a lot. He had originally thought that he could exchange for at least 10 chaos gems to break through to the true Emperor realm. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Chaos gems were consumables and couldn't be regenerated. One used meant one less. As time passed, the number would decrease. It was normal for them to be expensive. It was clear that the reward given to him by Heavenly Venerate 6 sages was already generous enough. 3 chaos gems were equivalent to 2 years' worth of gains from risking his life. Little brother, do you still want to exchange? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I'll exchange. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He definitely had to exchange for it. The chaos gem was of great use to him, so he would exchange for it no matter how expensive it was. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming was very young. At such a young age, it was almost impossible to hunt enough alien race crystal cores to exchange for chaos stones. Therefore, he gave Lu Ming the list so that Lu Ming would have an idea of what to do. He did not expect that Lu Ming still wanted to change. He knew that he had made an error in judgment. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and passed it to the burly man. Senior, this is my alien crystal core. Take a look. The burly man took it and looked at it. The surprise on his face became even stronger. He then nodded and said, These crystal cores can be exchanged for 3 chaos gems. With that, the burly man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 3 chaos gems inside. Lu Ming put it away in joy. He thanked her and left. Lu Ming did not attempt to break through to the next realm immediately. After he returned to his residence, he rested for 2 days before heading to the small world at the path understanding ancient tree. In the 2 years of fighting in the battlefield of true emperors, Lu Ming had made great progress. He had made a breakthrough in 6 types of laws. Only the life law and the penetration law had not broken through to the second realm. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that it would be soon. He had already touched the threshold of a breakthrough. As long as he comprehended it a little more, he might be able to break through. Lu Ming planned to make use of the mature path understanding ancient tree. After these 2 laws had a breakthrough, he would use the chaos gem to break through to the next realm. Lu Ming went to the path understanding ancient tree and started to meditate quietly. As expected, the cultivation this time went very smoothly. It only took him 2 months to make a breakthrough in the life law and the penetration law, one after another, to reach the second realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had soared again. While Lu Ming was cultivating, someone was discussing something in a hall of the Lan family. You're saying that Lu Ming exchanged a large number of alien nuclei for 3 stones of chaos? The Lan clan's heavenly emperor Lan Chang asked an old man. That's right. The people of the Lan family saw Lu Ming in the Redemption main hall. After asking around, they found out that Lu Ming had indeed exchanged 3 stones of chaos with a large number of crystal cores. An old man from the Lan family replied, It seems that Lu Ming has entered the battlefield to hunt the alien races. In just 2 years, the crystal cores he has hunted can be exchanged for 3 chaos gems. We can't let him live. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming. We must know where he is going, understand? Lan Cheng ordered. The old man nodded in agreement. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know about all this. Now he'll go back and break through to the next realm. Under the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's face broke into a smile. He left the place and returned to his residence. He entered the mountain and river diagram. Then Lu Ming took out a chaos stone and drew out 3 wisps of chaos chi from it. He sucked in the chaos chi into his mouth and began to refine it. The last time he had used a month to refine 3 chaos gems. This time he only used half a month to refine the 3 chaos gems and 9 strands of chaos chi. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's small world underwent a drastic change and began to expand. The power of the world became more and more powerful, surging violently in his meridians. Lu Ming's aura also increased rapidly. It was 2 times stronger than before. After a period of time, the aura on Lu Ming's body calmed down and he retracted it into his body. A 7-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming had finally broken through to a 7-star illusionary emperor. This speed was absolutely shocking. If it were to spread, it would scare people to death. It had only been 2 years since Lu Ming became an emperor, but he had already reached the level of a 7-star illusionary emperor. This speed was too terrifying. The reason why Lu Ming could improve so quickly was mainly because he had accumulated too much in the past. Once he broke through, he had already reached the 4-star illusionary emperor stage. Moreover, Lu Ming's nomological structure was very complete. All 9 types of nomological laws had reached the 2nd realm, which far exceeded his cultivation. One should know that as long as 3 types of laws had reached the 2nd realm, one would be able to break through to the true emperor realm. Lu Ming's laws had already far exceeded the requirements. His small world was extremely stable. That was why he could continuously refine energy into it to improve his cultivation. I still have some more world cores on hand. 111. Continue refining them, and see if I can use them to break through to the true emperor realm. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. In the battlefield of true emperors, he had obtained many world cores, all of which were from the foreign races. On the battlefield, although he had refined some, it wasn't much. The main reason was that on the battlefield it wasn't so safe for you to refine. Now was the perfect time to refine. Chapter 2274. An invasion. Lu Ming took out a piece of the world core and erased the power of law on it. He began to refine it and improve his cultivation. One piece after another, Lu Ming spent the next 2 months refining the world core. Lu Ming was focused on cultivation and was unaware of the outside world. As Lu Ming was cultivating, countless alien races were charging toward Two World City. The outsiders were attacking the city. B0XO. Boom. 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 The massive black battleships, which looked like majestic mountains, tore through the sky and brought up the fierce wind. Each of them had a large number of alien experts. At a glance, one would not know how many alien races there were and how many battleships there were. Two World City was naturally alerted. The outsiders are attacking the city. His roar echoed throughout Two World City. In Two World City, countless figures rose into the air. Gorgeous rainbows intertwined in the sky. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Countless experts appeared on the city walls of Two World City. Activate the formation. A voice spread throughout Two World City. This was definitely a Heavenly Emperor expert. Dense runes appeared all over the Two World City, especially on the city walls. The endless runes interweaved into a terrifying formation. The atmosphere in Two World City was extremely tense. This was a large-scale attack by the foreign races. In the past 100,000 years, the number of large-scale attacks by the alien races had become less and less. This was because the Tai-Ching heavenly region had not been conquered for so many years. Many people guessed that the alien races must be gathering strength or planning something else. This time the outsiders were attacking the city again. Had they lost their patience and were going to take Two World City by force? Charge! Break through the walls of Two World City. A loud roar came from the non-humans. Boom! 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 Huge battleships were charging toward Two World City. However, even though those warships were huge, they were still far from the city walls of Two World City. Attack! After the alien battleship had flown a certain distance, someone on the Two World City's wall gave the order. Boom! Boom! Countless dazzling runes appeared on the city walls. They transformed into formations and then into beams of attacks that attacked the non-human battleships. There were giant swords as large as mountains, battle sabers that could break the sky, and so on. In addition, there were also huge crossbows on the city walls. Each of these crossbows was the size of a small hill, and the arrows were dozens of meters long. They were extremely powerful and could kill a peak true emperor with one shot. In addition, there were also giant ori rock cannons. This kind of giant cannon was made by refining. It was engraved with arrays and powered by raw stones. As long as enough raw gemstones were added, it could produce a terrifying attack that could hit even from 10,000 miles away. Once hit, even a rank 18 true emperor expert would die. Even great emperors didn't dare to ignore it. These were all great killing weapons of war. Boom! 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 All sorts of attacks were launched at the alien battleships. The non-human battleships lit up with energy shields to resist the attacks of Two World City. Endless attacks landed on the energy shield, which kept shaking. Counterattack. Some of the alien races roared. The battleships also launched various attacks at Two World City, but they were blocked by the light outside the city. The two sides attacked from long range and exchanged blows. The entire sky was drowned in dazzling light. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of sword radiance shot out from Two World City. It was extremely bright among all the other lights. The sword light was filled with boundless heaven's might. This was the attack of a heavenly emperor. However, a giant axe among the outsiders struck out and blocked the sword light. Then a burly figure appeared in the sky, exuding an earth-shattering aura. Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Realm, come out and fight me. The burly foreign being opened his mouth and his voice was like thunder that reverberated throughout the entire area. I'm not afraid of you. A brilliant sword light rushed out of Two World City and attacked the alien race. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow and then fought their way into the depths of the sky. These two people were undoubtedly figures of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The attacks from both sides continued. Boom! 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 Finally, the defense of another alien battleship was broken. Endless attacks landed on the battleship. The battleship was blown up, sending all kinds of metals flying everywhere. On the warship, countless alien races were flying around, but many of them were killed by the falling attacks. Whoosh! An arrow that was dozens of meters long pierced through the void and sent a peak true emperor non-human flying 1,000 miles. Boom! The other peak true emperor expert was hit by a beam of light and exploded. However, there were a few figures that were unusually powerful. They charged forward and blocked a large number of attacks. These were all non-human emperor-level figures. Charge! The battleships of the foreign races continued to rush toward Two World City. As they rushed out, more battleships were destroyed, and more alien races were killed. However, the battleships of the foreign races were getting closer and closer to Two World City. In the end, the alien races had lost more than a dozen battleships and thousands of experts. They had finally reached the Two World City. Boom! 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 The battleships crashed into the light shield outside Two World City. The light shield trembled violently and was actually torn apart. Kill our way in! The alien race roared and charged in through the openings. Kill! On the city walls of Two World City, there were also many experts who rushed towards these holes. They fought with the alien races next to the holes. It was a brutal battle. At the same time, the formation on the Two World City's walls was still in operation. It turned into a series of attacks, attacking the foreign kinds. This was the advantage of the Heaven Realm. By relying on the Two World City, although they had far fewer experts than the foreign kinds, they could still stop the foreign kinds in their invasion. Kill! The killing was unusually brutal. There was no mercy here, only killing. This was a war between two worlds and it concerned the survival of a world. Only by killing the opponent could one survive. Experts from both sides continued to fall and would forever remain here. Relatively speaking, the Heaven Realm side had the upper hand, because the experts of the Heaven Realm only needed to block those torn holes. With the help of the Great Formation, it was much easier for them. Although there were some who died in the battle, the number of alien races killed was more than that, double. Boom! 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 The void trembled as figures from the alien race stepped out, exuding terrifying fluctuations. Heavenly Emperors, they were all Heavenly Emperors. There were more than 10 Heavenly Emperors. More than a dozen Heavenly Emperors appeared at the same time, and the aura they released was too strong. The heaven and earth seemed to be groaning, unable to bear such a terrifying pressure. However, at the same time, a celestial Thearch rushed out from Two World City and blocked the other party. Battle! There was nothing much to say. The Heavenly Emperors of both sides were engaged in a great battle. Some of them fought into the depths of the sky, while others fought in the dark space. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.